live from El Paso County, Texas, the veterans' capital of the USA. From inside the Alicia Chacon Commissioner's Courtroom of the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse, you are watching the El Paso County Commissioner's Court meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, September 22nd, 2025. Commissioner's Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Tamara Marquez and Selena Salum. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce this morning's pledge group?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am very happy that we have with us here today students from the Horizon High School Student Council, and they will be leading us in the pledge. If y'all want to go ahead and make your way up to the mic. And I just want to thank the Student Activities Director, Ana Arreola, for helping to coordinate this trip. The students are going to get a tour of the courthouse after they leave the Commissioner's Court. So thank you, Ms. Arreola, for making that possible. And of course, thank you to Principal Dr. Martinez for giving the students this opportunity to join us. Thank you all for being here with us.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you for being with us today. Appreciate that.
Thank you, and enjoy your tour.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Naomi Cortez, representing Join Us for Justice, the El Paso chapter of Americans United for Separation of Church and State.
Welcome.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Judge and Commissioners, and thank you for this. I'm sorry. What I said was, good morning, Judge and Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to deliver the opening message this morning. I don't think everyone heard me because I was not screaming. No one listens, so we must scream. Martin Luther King fought for civil rights, and he screamed with love, equality, and dreams. He screamed, we must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. Nelson Mandela fought against oppression, and he screamed with peace and freedom. He screamed, for to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. Albert Einstein fought for peace and refugees and screamed with intelligence and hope. He screamed, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used to create them. These individuals had to scream at times. Why? Because people were not listening. We live in a world where we hear each other, but we are not listening to each other. Hearing is not listening. And now hearing, not listening, pervades our society. And because of this, people are screaming and doing it loudly. But they are not screaming with love, literature, passionate speeches, or nonviolent disobedience. They are screaming with violence and at the top of their lungs. And though it is quite deafening, it happens so often, it has become a normal part of our existence and our soundscape. Even the violence is becoming unheard. So we all need some peace and quiet, right? So today, let us listen to one another with open hearts and minds so we truly hear each other and no longer have to scream. If we do scream, let's do it collectively as a community for love, kindness, compassion, and not out of violence. Better yet, let's stop screaming and listen. I hope that you all let genuine listening guide you today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, do you have some opening remarks for us this morning?
Yeah, well, thank you. What a beautiful audience. A lot of great people here today. And on behalf of myself and our commissioners, we welcome you to Commissioner's Court. And today's an exciting day. This is the first time we typically have our resolutions and business on the same day. And we decided to have resolutions on one Monday and business on the next Monday. So you're part of a trial. See how this works. I like the fact that we have so many individuals hearing each other's resolutions. So I think that's a really good component of it. So once again, we welcome you. We thank you for being here. And when we do the business side, please tune in. We have a lot of great information, a lot of community things that we do. And so I'm very thankful. The commissioners are very thankful that you get to hear, what we have to say and some of the vision that we have for our community. So, de nuevo, thank you for being here. God bless you, all of you. Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AF. We'd like to request a deletion of item 4A. Are there any other items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
If not, I'll move to approve. Cesar?
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Holguin? Thank you. Commissioner Coronado is absent. The motion carries. Item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing September 21st through the 27th as El Paso Startup Week in celebration of entrepreneurship in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes, thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm very honored to be able to present this resolution in support of El Paso Startup Week. I'd like to invite our guests who are here for the resolution to come up to the podium. I know we have our Economic Development Department and various community organizations that are here. And I understand there are festivities throughout the week, starting with this morning. So thank you all for coming in this morning. Welcome, everyone. If you can just come up to the front so that we can see everyone. It's a big group. So as the county, this resolution is significant because economic development is central to the work that we do and central to keeping our community strong and making it stronger, especially as we look to the future and fiscal challenges at the state and federal level. Personally, I'm very, very honored to be able to present this resolution because of my work with both the Chamber of Commerce and the Medical Center of the Americas Foundation throughout my career. Having worked in those spaces, I know firsthand how much innovation and entrepreneurship can transform a community. Startups thrive, especially when governments play a role in partnering with our local organizations and startups and entrepreneurs. By investing in infrastructure, creating supportive policies, and encouraging collaboration across sectors and championing our local organizations and economic development teams. Startup Week is our chance to highlight the incredible talent we have here in El Paso, our incredible partners, and to commit to continuing to build an ecosystem where new ideas and new businesses can grow and succeed. So I'm really excited to welcome you all here. I hope that you'll introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what your organizations do. And I guess we could start with our own economic development team.
We're very, very happy, very honored, Roberto Ransom, Director of Economic Development, to have this initiative over here, which has been plugged in and led by different stakeholders, city, county, that brings in all the different locations of the county, in that we have great synergies with different partners. I do want to recognize Sonia Sigala for all the work that she has done here at the county, leading this particular effort and all the great synergies that she has conducted along this time. So
Yeah,
yes.
sorry, I failed to read the resolution, so
Oh.
I'm sorry. Let me do
Go for
that.
it.
I got really excited and ahead of myself.
Got a little excited. Thank
So
you.
I'll read the resolution, and then we can hear from our partners. That's
Sure.
okay, and you can
Yes.
finish your thoughts. Okay. Whereas El Paso Startup Week, an annual celebration of innovation, creativity, and education, enters its third year, and whereas this event reinforces El Paso's dynamic local startup ecosystem by providing the resources, connections, knowledge, and mentorship needed to explore creativity, grow and scale businesses, and thrive as entrepreneurs in our region. And whereas El Paso Startup Week is supported by over 25 entrepreneurial support organizations and is led by entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, mentors, community leaders, educators, and founders. And whereas El Paso Startup Week recognizes businesses across El Paso County in celebration of a thriving economy in the border region of El Paso, Texas, showcasing the strength and resilience of our local entrepreneurial community. And whereas El Paso Startup Week, accelerating regional entrepreneurship, celebrates the boundary-crossing creativity, resilience, and cultural fusion of our borderland region, championing the innovation of our business community and the forward momentum of our economy. And whereas from September 21st through the 27th, 2025, this week-long event will feature fundamentals of starting a business, a series on marketing strategies, legal aspects for startups, wellness workshops, interactive panels, and cross-border interdisciplinary collaborative opportunities designed to foster and accelerate innovation and economic impact in the border region. And whereas El Paso Startup Week honors our region's adaptability and heritage while fueling economic vitality, inclusive growth, and long-term sustainability. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognizes September 21st through 27th, 2025 as El Paso Startup Week in El Paso County and the surrounding communities, and encourages residents, businesses, institutions, and organizations to support and participate in this inspiring celebration of entrepreneurship. Signed this 22nd day of September, 2025.
We have a motion from Commissioner Butler and a second from County Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. The motion carries.
Okay, now
okay.
we can start.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Sonia Sigala with Paso County Economic Development. It's very exciting for me. This is my first resolution as under Economic Development. So this is a passion of mine, helping small businesses. And I just want to say thank you to everybody here. Their passion is just the same, if not more, for small business and entrepreneurs support. So I do want to hand it off to Ms. Nancy Lowry, Senior Director of Innovation for the MCA Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners and Judge. Thank you for the resolution. We all know that entrepreneurs, startups are the lifeblood of our community, and it is my pleasure to be one of the organizers for Startup Week. As was mentioned, this is our third year, and we have a wonderful lineup of events. Startupep.org lists them all. And I am so proud to be part of El Paso, to be part of the startup ecosystem. And Startup Week really is a celebration of all of our entrepreneurs and of the organizations that support them. So this is a week to celebrate, to learn, to connect. Thank you again. And
Thank you.
This is only part of our crew that's all been working for a year on this.
Thank you.
Buenos dias. My name is Arlette Morales. I am founder and general director of the League of Business, a movement dedicated to supporting and growing the entrepreneurial community. I am so proud that for the third year in a row, so many incredible organizations have come together to create an entire week of events designed to inspire, educate, and uplift the entrepreneurs right here in El Paso. As a leader in this space, I know how powerful collaborations like these are. They remind us that entrepreneurship is not a solo journey. It takes community, it takes partnerships, and it takes moments like Startup Week to keep us together, connected, and moving forward. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for being part of this movement.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Schilling, Executive Director for the STT Foundation. I think Nancy forgot to mention that last year we had 14 events throughout the Startup Week, and this year we're closer to 40 events. And so, in just a year, we've really grown the movement. And I think what Startup Week does for all of our ecosystem partners is it gives more visibility. It's a good opportunity to increase access for startups and business owners and maybe people who don't have the courage to start something on their own, to know that there's a network behind them. And so STT accomplishes this by doing a hackathon to create startups, and then we do a showcase this year happening October 30th, the largest pitch event in the Southwest to try to bring access to capital from venture firms all over the U.S. So thank you so much for your support of El Paso Startup Week.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and Council. My name is Dante Acosta. I'm the District Director of the U.S. Small Business Administration, and we are proud to be in support of all these initiatives, particularly Startup Week. We've been involved the last few years in a support role. We do have a mission at the Small Business Administration to do exactly what it sounds like, to help small businesses get started and to expand and to grow and to recover if there's any kind of a natural disaster or as we've seen throughout the nation. We have multiple programs. I encourage people to go to sba.gov, make an appointment with one of our folks at our office here downtown, just about 3 blocks away. I just walked over.
Thank you.
And we're really pleased to be able to support such an amazing team. And I want to just say one last thing as I exit. And that's, based on my experience, this is fairly unique throughout the country. To have a county-wide and jurisdiction-wide and organizations all over the county that have stepped up and are assisting our small business entrepreneurs to be able to get involved and activate and encourage them to say, right there in the camera, you can do it. And that's what this is all about, and we're proud to be a part of that. I'm proud to be a part of that. So thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your passion on businesses.
Hi, my name is David Merrick. I'm the lead organizer for the Google Developer Group here in the region. And I just want to say how thankful I am to have gotten to work with such phenomenal entrepreneur support organizations over the last several months. All of the people and many more of those that stand behind me have worked tirelessly to organize all of the events that will take place throughout this week. For myself, we hold various workshops in order to educate the future of El Paso. These are future engineers and software developers that we want to empower to stay here in the region. And I could not have done it without the help and support of those that stand behind me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Ruby Aguayo. I am a Business Development Coordinator for Texas A&M AgriLife Research Center here in El Paso. I am a part of the Rio Grande Colonia's Regional Food Business Center, and I am here highlighting rural entrepreneurship. There's so much going on, especially amongst our agricultural producers who not only contribute to our economic development, but also help us strengthen our food system, our local food system. So thank you so much for supporting this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Mr. Mora, how are you?
Good morning.
Welcome.
Judge Samaniego, good morning, Commissioners. Excited to be here. Part of entrepreneurship has been in my bloodline for the past 10 years. And seeing all these entrepreneurs have an opportunity to showcase what they're doing in so many places really brings El Paso to life. We're proud to be a partnering organization from the El Paso Chamber, and we're excited about what El Paso has for the future for all of our entrepreneurs. And we need to have more of these startup, weeks for all of our entrepreneurs in the region. So excited to be here and a partner.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Ingrid Macias. I represent Texas A&M University and Prairie View A&M University. What we provide is technical assistance, mentorship to small business owners and entrepreneurs. We also provide youth entrepreneurship programming for some home buyers and financial literacy for the community. As a state agency and nonprofit, all of our programming is completely free, and we try to cover all of the county of El Paso. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Terrazas, and I'm President and CEO for the El Paso Better Business Bureau. Our mission is to build marketplace trust by supporting ethical business practices and empowering small businesses to thrive. We strongly support El Paso Startup Week as a vital platform that equips local entrepreneurs, especially small and emerging businesses, with free access to mentorship, education, and vital connections. This event drives innovation, creates opportunity, supports small business growth, and contributes to a stronger local economy. Thank you so much for your time, your leadership, and support of El Paso Startup Week.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sara Gaitan with El Paso Community Foundation, and my program is El Paso Innovation Hub, a place that is focused on training and workforce development, and with the help of every partner, ally, and any organization that is part of the hub, we are willing to, and hopefully helping all those entrepreneurs and all those small businesses grow. And as the same, we have Transform, which is our own business that we want to grow to keep helping the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Brianna Silvas, and I'm a Business Services Coordinator with the City of El Paso's Economic Development Department. And I'm joined today by our wonderful liaisons as well as our Marketing Coordinator. And we work directly under BOSS, which is a business one-stop shop. And it is essentially a centralized hub to support entrepreneurs with different forms of resources, whether that be access to capital, if they need assistance with a business plan. And we have the privilege of working with over 30 entrepreneur support organizations. A lot of the organizations that you see here today are our partners, and we're very excited for Startup Week. We are also hosting the Mercadito on Meals, which will be on Thursday, if you all can make it out. It is from, I believe, 5 to 9 p.m., so please, if you all have an opportunity to make it out there, please come and join us, and thank you so much for the proclamation today. Thank you.
Somehow, some way? Are we okay, Roberto? Well, just want to thank you. This is such an amazing group, and when we talk, we sort of say that it's so important to small businesses, but I don't think people realize that in the cumulative manner of the number of employees that work for these organizations, for these smaller businesses. So together, it's a powerhouse for El Paso. And we're very, very thankful. We know here at Commissioners Court, we know that job creation is such a powerful thing for us because job creation addresses so many things, right? Even it balances our taxes. You pay less taxes. There's more commercial businesses. The fact that people feel good about working, so the more people work, the more likely that you're going to address mental health issues as well. So it has a lot of touch points. And more than anything, the passion of someone, I know myself having small businesses, that the passion of wanting to do it, but then you don't have sometimes the resources, you don't have what it takes to make it. So we lose a lot of very passionate entrepreneurs simply because we don't have the support that they need, the understanding of business and some of the challenges. So being able to be there for small businesses is extremely important. You've got in the audience, you've got an incredible role model, which is Richard Castro. That one of the things that we hope that we encourage is that small businesses give back to the community as well. There's a sense that they want to be, big and make millions before they contribute to the community. But in essence, if they contribute even at a small way, and they do it, proportionately until they're able to do more, it really helps the community. So that's a big part of it. And you'll see in the resolution for we're honoring Richard Castro, the kind of work that he's done in the community has been incredible. So a balance of great, a lot of people working there, a great driving force, but at the same time, a contribution to the community is so important. So thank you, each and every one of you, for what you do. And just let's not let that spirit of an entrepreneur die simply because they weren't aware of what it takes to make a business happen. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you again, everyone who's here, for taking time out of your busy busy startup week to join us at Commissioners Court. I know that the work that you do takes incredible resilience and a lot of time, creating an innovation ecosystem, supporting startups, especially those in the tech industry, is a long-term fight for our community. And so I want to commend you all for working together, for collaborating, for coming here with one voice and putting on over 40 events in 1 week. I hope that our community will listen and go to the website. What was it again? EP Startup Week? El Paso Startup Week? startupep.org, so that we can all go and participate wherever we can and support your efforts and also support the startups who are trying to make a difference in our community. So thank you again. We can go ahead and gather for a picture. Thank you.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Marathon Petroleum for earning the 2025 Distinguished Safety Award and for its exemplary dedication to safety and community engagement.
Thank you. Well, it's my honor, and I'd like to have my friends. VJ, you want to come? Well, I'm very honored to read the resolution into the record. I'm just very impressed with Marathon and the relationship it has with the community and everything that they do to help, not only in that area, but almost a lot of people come to VJ for sponsorships and for support. I don't want to promote that any further, VJ, but, but let me read the resolution. Whereas on May 15, 2025, Marathon Petroleum, El Paso Refinery was awarded the American Fuel and Prochemical Manufacturers Distinguished Safety Award. And whereas the AFPM DSA is the most prestigious award that recognizes the top refining and petrochemical companies for their outstanding safety performance program, innovation, safety, and leadership. Whereas in 2025, the DSA was awarded to the 5 sites out of approximately 500 refining and prochemical facilities in the country. This represents the top 1% in industry. Whereas El Paso Refinery also received the AFPM Platinum Safety Award in 2024 and the Silver Safety Award in 2023 for outstanding workplace safety performance. And whereas El Paso Refinery had zero lost workday cases and only 3 recordable injuries between 2022 and 2024. In other words, 3 recordable injuries in more than 6 million working hours. Whereas in 2024, El Paso Refinery also has the lowest process safety events, PSE, score on record. Whereas the refinery leadership exemplifies its dedication to safety through active support and engagement, ensuring safe, responsible, and sustainable operation of the refinery, and also recognizing employees who show significant engagement in the refinery's safety culture. Whereas the refinery culture of face-to-face communication during daily, weekly, and monthly safety meetings significantly enhances the impact of addressing incidents and audit findings. Whereas collaboration between Marathon safety personnel and contractor employees includes identifying workplace hazards, sharing safe work practices, and reviewing audit findings. And whereas in 2024, Marathon El Paso Refinery collaborated with over 100 community organizations, leading a positive change, strengthening its workforce, protecting our environment, and expanding educational opportunities. Some organizations that Marathon supported included La Nube, United Way of El Paso County, UTEP, El Paso Community College, El Paso Fighting Hunger, and YSD STEM education programs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognizes Marathon Petroleum for achieving the highest honors in the industry, including the 2025 Distinguished Safety Award, and for its exemplary commitment to safety and community engagement. Signed this 22nd day of September, 2025.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. The motion carries.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge
Thank you.
Samaniego and members of the Commissioners Court. My name is Melinda Carmona, and I currently work process safety professional at Marathon's El Paso Refinery. So it signifies our level of high performance in safety, innovation program, and also our safety leadership. In order to receive this award or to qualify for it, we must meet strict criteria, including 0 recordable injuries that include life-critical tasks. So thank you for allowing me to share this recognition. We will continue to make safety our top priority, and we are very happy about this achievement.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your commitment. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and esteemed members of the Commissioners Court. My name is Brian Valenzuela. I'm an environmental engineer for Marathon's El Paso Refinery. I'm also an El Paso native and a proud graduate of UTEP. I'm proud on behalf of my team that we have heard that we received this award. I believe we have achieved this award through our safe and reliable operations that comes only by focusing daily on protecting our people and the communities where we operate. We truly put our core values of safety and environmental stewardship into actions through consistent practices that reinforce safe and safe work execution. Like our continuous commitment to meet state and federal regulations, this Distinguished Safety Award reflects how strongly our facilities adhering to our company tenets that promotes an incident-free workplace. Again, I'm extremely proud of our team because we know the effort that's required to reach this level of excellence and set ourselves apart from industry peers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. No? VJ, you're okay? Well, thank you so much. You know, one of the difference that I've seen is that safety there is not a campaign, it's a culture. They've created a culture of safety and also a culture of a relationship with the community of getting the right feedback. And you have a lot of, you know, our workforce is amazing. And so when you guide them properly, they do great things. And thank you for doing that. And thank you for putting us on the map. This is a very important and a very distinguished honor. So thank you, VJ, to all of your team. And, you know, we're here to support you. Thank you.
Okay, ready, smile, 1, 2, 3.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the 30th anniversary of the Paso del Norte Health Foundation and for its extraordinary service to the health and well-being of our region.
Thank you.
They're
Welcome.
mugs, not liquor bottles. It sounds clanky.
Thank you and welcome. Okay. Also, great partner, so I'm very honored to read the resolution. Whereas the El Paso del Norte Health Foundation was created in 1995 with $130 million from the sale of Providence Memorial Hospital, establishing a long-lasting commitment to improving health in the binational tri-state region. Whereas for 3 decades, the Health Foundation has served as a catalyst for positive change, empowering residents across El Paso and Hudspeth counties in Texas, southern New Mexico, Ciudad de Juarez, Chihuahua, to lead healthier lives from knowledge, resources, and advocacy. Whereas the Health Foundation has invested over $266 million in grants and charitable programs with more than 300 nonprofit academic and governmental partners to advance health and prevent disease. And whereas the Health Foundation has launched and supported transformative initiatives, including promoting physical activity through campaigns like Walk El Paso Walk and development of the 70-mile Paso del Norte Trail, encouraging healthy eating via school gardens, cooking demonstrations, and nutrition education, expanding health education and literacy across schools and community, improving mental health by reducing stigma and broadening access to care, investing in children's health through early childhood programs, youth development, and violence prevention, advancing smoke-free policies, including El Paso's landmark 2001 Clean Air Ordinance and anti-vaping efforts, fighting diabetes through education and awareness campaigns, developing nonprofit and health leadership with specialized training and programs, growing the health workforce by expanding career paths and supporting the Texas Tech Health El Paso Medical, Dental, and Cancer Institution, strengthening community resilience, notably in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and the August 3rd mass shooting, whereas the Health Foundation's achievements are a tribute to the vision of its board, the dedication of its staff, and the collaboration of its partners. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court proudly honor and recognize the 30th anniversary of El Paso del Norte Health Foundation for its extraordinary service to the health and well-being of our region. Signed this 22nd day of September, 2025.
Good morning, everyone, and buenos dias. I'm Audrey Garcia. I'm a program officer with the Paso del Norte Health Foundation.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment.
Oh, sorry.
We have
I
a
got excited.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Butler. The voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. The motion carries.
Thank you. Official welcome.
Ahora sí, yeah, I can get going now. Sorry.
Ahora sí.
I jumped the gun. It's Monday, you know. But thank you, Judge, Commissioners, for having us today. It's an honor to celebrate with our team here for 30th anniversary. I want to recognize the members that are here today, including our board members, Dr. Christy Mena with UT Health, Socorro Rodriguez with Westar Bank, our CEO, Tracy Yellen, VP of Programs, Dr. Michael Kelly, our program team here with Jana Renner, Sandra Day, Ashley Vargas from our accounting team, Julia Lucero from marketing, and of course, our Paso del Norte Community Foundation. It's really important that you recognize these individuals that dedicate themselves every day to all the things that you just read, all the work that goes behind the scenes there. From our roots as a health foundation, we stayed close connected to people who we serve. We listen, we invest, and we work together to build healthier futures. While our board and staff make the work possible, the real story truly is behind the work of our foundation and the partnerships that we have. So I'd like to ask Dr. Michael Kelly to share a few words as well.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Michael Kelly, Vice President of Program, Paso del Norte Health Foundation. And I want to thank the Commissioners Court today for partnering with us for 30 years. $266 million, I think is what you read on that. And that's been our grant, probably a little more to date now, for health promotion and disease prevention. And with you, we certainly have expanded diabetes management across the county and for many organizations, promoted those smoke-free environments, promoted healthy kids after school and in the summer, and strengthened community ability to respond to crisis like COVID-19 and others that we've worked with you on as well. So as the Health Foundation celebrates 30 years, we remain committed to partnership with the court and to build a healthier El Paso County. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Tracy?
That's it.
Got everybody right? Truthfully? Yes, okay. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate, when you mentioned the two of them, obviously the Walmart situation, I hate to say tragedy because we created something better and we came out of it amazing, but it was a partnership that we had with the El Paso Foundation, and also the pandemic. I don't know if anybody would understand what kind of partnership was required with all of you so that we could do what we did for the community, of going from the worst to coming out as the first to reach herd immunity and be able to be successful and get our community back in order. But we did find out that we had a lot of health challenges, right? We found out there's a lot of indices of cancer and diabetes and heart issues, and you continue to work on that, because I think, Tracy, it was a commitment that we made. We didn't uncover it because we knew there was those situations in this region, but it was just right on your face, you know, that you had to do something about it. And you've all come back, and you haven't forgotten that we've got a lot to do in respect to health. And that's what you do. And so we thank you so much. This community truly, truly deserves nothing but the best, and you're doing that for our community. So once again, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution commemorating the 15th anniversary of Community in Acción for its dedicated service and community empowerment, and recognizing Richard Castro on his selection as the 2025 Latino Legacy Award recipient in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. Ana and team. Thank you, thank you.
Good morning. No.
We're going to
Yeah.
read the resolution?
We all jumping the gun.
Yeah, everybody wants to. But real quickly, just want to, Ana, you did an amazing job yesterday in honoring Richard, but it was just an amazing, very well, coordinated event. It was spectacular, the people that were there. So thank you and your entire team. It was quite an honor to be there. So I'll read the resolution. Whereas Community in Acción's mission statement is to mobilize leaders, impact economic and social equity, educational opportunities, and cultural appreciation. Whereas established in 2010 and formally organized as a 501c3 nonprofit in 2011, Community in Acción is proudly celebrating its 15th anniversary of empowering and serving the community. Whereas the organization also spearheaded the completion of the Men of Company E monument, honoring the memory of the brave El Pasoans who gave their lives in service during World War II. And whereas recent programs have provided scholarships to area students and organized Young Achievers Forum in partnership with the University of Texas at El Paso, impacting thousands of students from local schools and encouraging them to pursue higher education. Whereas Community in Acción's Latino Legacy Award recognizes individuals who have left a legacy worthy of recognition in the highest levels. Whereas Community in Acción has named Richard Castro as the recipient of the 2025 Latino Legacy Award in recognition of his visionary leadership, lifelong commitment to entrepreneurship, success, civic engagement, and empowering others, a legacy that has shaped lives, strengthened communities, and inspired generations. Whereas on September 2025, Community in Acción will honor its exceptional community member as a recognition ceremony held at the Hotel Paso del Norte in El Paso, Texas. Now therefore, be resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognizes and congratulates Richard Castro on being named the 2025 Latino Legacy Award recipient and encourage the community to join in honoring and celebrating his life, accomplishments, and enduring legacy. Let me read that properly. Dr. Richard Castro, okay? Signed this 22nd day of September 2025.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Holguín. The voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. Motion carries.
Ana, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am Ana Aleman, Executive Director of Community Nexion, and on behalf of our organization, I want to thank El Paso County Judge Ricardo Samaniego and the entire county commissioners for this meaningful recognition. This year marks CEA's 15th anniversary, and in celebration, we are proud to recognize our founder, Dr. Richard A. Castro, as the 2025 Latino Legacy Awards honoree. Richard is a visionary entrepreneur, a philanthropist. He acquired his first McDonald's at Hawkins at I-10, and through grit, determination, and a deep love for his community, grew it into a regional enterprise employing more than 2,000 people across El Paso, West Texas, and southern New Mexico. But Richard's impact goes far beyond business. He has been recognized nationally and locally, from Hispanic Businessman of the Year by the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to El Pasoan of the Year to the Fred L. Turner Golden Arch Award, and most recently, an honorary Doctor of Humane Letters. With his support, CEA has launched a Young Achievers Forum, inspiring thousands of sixth graders and their families to pursue higher education, underwritten cultural exhibits like Magnificent Mexico and Metaphors of the Barrio, established a Survivors in Acción Scholarship for students and families impacted by the August 3rd tragedy, commissioned a monument honoring the men of Company E, premiered culturally significant films like Bless Me Ultima, and created the very celebration we held on September 20th, the Latino Legacy Awards. What many people don't know is that for over 40 years, Richard has quietly invested in his employees' futures, hiring certified teachers to provide English and GED instruction on the job, and mentoring future leaders so they can advance within his business or pursue other successes. Richard, thank you for your vision, your generosity, and your steadfast commitment to our community. We are deeply grateful to you.
Thank you. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you, Ana, for your comments. And thank you, Judge Samaniego and Commissioners Court, for the recognition. Like most of us, I have several passions. One of them is business, and that passion enables me to participate and help provide resources to two of my other passions, and that is education and youth programs. I truly believe that education can be the equalizer, and I also believe that education equals economic development for individuals as well as for the community. Saturday was a great event.
Amazing.
That Community in Action put on, led by Ana. We appreciate you being there and participating in our event. Thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Richard.
I want to recognize, compliment our Community in Action leadership throughout the years, our board of directors, as well as our memberships. We are home to some tremendous El Pasoans that have freely participated and given back to the community. And I think that that is so important. Earlier, you mentioned, as you were making your remarks, about participating in the community and giving back to the community early on. I was fortunate enough to start the assessor scholarship program 2 years into my ownership at McDonald's. And it grew throughout the country And since its inception, that program has provided over $37 million in scholarships to very qualified young men and women that have gone on to pursue their dreams and are now very productive individuals in different parts of the country as well as in El Paso. So again, on behalf of myself and our organization, thank you for this recognition. I do want to take the opportunity of this public forum to encourage everyone in the community, all of us, to make education the #1 issue in El Paso and not hesitate to talk about the importance of education and the benefit of education. Too many of our El Pasoans either don't recognize the importance of that or just simply choose not to make the effort to continue their education after high school. And in today's world, financial is not a reason for not pursuing higher education, whether it's straight school or a 4-year degree. We only have about a third of our El Pasoans that have gone that route, and it's important to continue to talk, all of us, to continue to talk about the importance and the benefits of that. Reports tell us that anybody that gets a degree in their lifetime will earn $1 million or more over people that don't. So for no other reason, that's an encouragement enough and motivation enough to continue your education after high school.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And true to form, he uses a platform to support education. And to us, that's very important. I think each and every one of us has something that happened. I mean, in my case, I had no clue that I was going to go into college, being at high school, but one of the teachers just couldn't let me go. I kept saying, no, I'm not college material and I'm not college. And once you get into the education, my life changed. Obviously, it went from coming out of the barrio and not knowing what to do to having some future. And Richard, you've always done that. And as I said on Saturday, that I can't even begin to imagine the number of lives that have been moved by Richard and his commitment and his family and all of you that are, in a much better place. And, I hear, when you say that someone is sitting in the shade right now because someone planted a seed 20 years ago. I think that's the case with Richard. I mean, he has planted a lot of seeds in our community. We're very fortunate to be able to have someone that understands the commitment of, having a business and also the commitment to the community and also commitment to his own family. And I don't know too many individuals that are able to have that kind of a balance. So Richard, we're very honored. And I was also very happy to say that when he did his presentation, that he said, this is only the beginning. It's not one of those awards and then he leaves and goes into the green pasture kind of thing. No, not Richard. I mean, great things are going to happen, even bigger and better, and a lot of people are going to be impacted by his contribution. And to each and every one of you, thank you very much for the support that you give his organization. Ana, thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Butler?
Thank you, Judge. I just wanted to briefly congratulate CEA for all of your work and impact on the community over the last 15 years. And to Mr. Castro, I feel like it's appropriate because we were recognizing all of the organizations that work in economic development as well as nonprofit organizations in the community. When I was at the Chamber and at the MCA, we relied on your support, your quiet, steady support for anything having to do with workforce and economic development. And aside from the impact you've had on your employees' lives, on all of the organizations that you're a part of, I want you to know that the support that you give to other organizations in the community that you have very generously supported over the last 15, 20, 30 years, the impact wouldn't have been as profound if it weren't for you. So thank you very much for your commitment to the community and your steadfast support.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Item number 5E, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing September 22nd, 2025 through October 31st, 2025 to be known as El Paso County Employees Combined Charities Campaign Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. Always honored to have our county family here with us, so I'll read this resolution. Whereas the El Paso County Employees Combined Charities Campaign affords county employees the opportunity to demonstrate their generosity and commitment to others. And whereas the campaign raises funds to assist those most in need, including vulnerable children, individuals experiencing hunger or illness, families in crisis, and other members of our community requiring support. Where since its inception in 1994, the campaign has raised through the generosity of county employees more than $931,426, plus $12,000 last year. Whereas the donations made by county employees directly support the El Paso community, ensuring that their gifts remain in El Paso for El Pasans in need, making a lasting impact where they live and work. Whereas the El Paso County Employees Combined Charities Campaign has set a fundraising goal of $15,000 for the year 2025 and encouraging all employees to continue to demonstrate their generosity and to carry enough to share. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognizes September the 22nd, 2025 through October 31st, 2025 to be known as El Paso County Employees Combined Charities Campaign Month. Signed this 22nd day of September 2025.
There's a motion by County Judge Samaniego, a second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Commissioner Stout? Commissioner Coronado is absent. The motion carries.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Good morning, Honorable Judge and Commissioners. My name is Alicia Rubio, here with the Human Resources Department. Thank you so much for adopting this resolution and supporting the El Paso Combined Charities Campaign. This collaboration represents an important milestone as we officially launch our charitable campaign focused on creating a meaningful impact for our community. United Way has a strong, long-standing reputation for mobilizing communities and driving positive change. By partnering with them, we are not only aligning ourselves with trusted nonprofit organizations, but also empowering our employees to support the charitable causes that matter the most to them. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Isabel Reyes, who will share a little bit more details about this year's campaign.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Isabel Reyes with the Human Resources Department. To support a successful campaign, Human Resources will provide educational materials, promote participation, and serve as a resource by distributing brochures and pledge forms via email, with printed copies available for those without computer access or who prefer paper. Employees may choose to contribute through a one-time or reoccurring payroll deduction or by making a one-time cash or check donation. Each employee can designate their donation to up to 4 different charities of their choice. Our team can arrange to pick up cash and check donations from departments, or they may be sent directly to Human Resources. This year, our fundraising goal is $15,000, and we are confident that together we can reach it. The deadline to submit all donations to HR is October 31st. Thank you for your generosity and continued support in making a difference in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. And now I'd like to pass it over to our incredible team over at United Way, which we are partnering in this campaign, so they can give a few words for our team.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us, County Judge and Commissioners. I'm very excited to be here today. My name is Georgina Hernandez. I'm with the United Way of El Paso County. And I just want to commend you all for allowing us to continue this longstanding partnership of, encouraging and instilling philanthropy within the El Paso County employees. We could not do the work without both Elisa, Isabel, and Jennifer de la Fuente, who are really the ones that are going out in there and encouraging county employees to participate in this campaign. Again, just thank you for the opportunity. We hope we're excited for it, and we hope this is going to be a success. And I also want to pass it along to our United Way of El Paso County Board Chair, Omar Villa.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for the resolution, for the honor, and for supporting us and supporting United Way in its cause and supporting this community. As a former county employee, I know our county employees are very generous and they're very spirited, and I expect us to reach that $15,000 goal this year. I know one county employee in my household that I will encourage to jump on the campaign, and so that we'll get to that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. When you said former, I keep thinking you are still here with us. So but thank you. And thank you for everything that you do, Omar, for this. And we've said, United Way has been such a force in helping us. And one of the things we've seen that when employees are generous, they're always great employees. When employees volunteer, they're always great employees. So there's something about giving and being charitable that helps us have a more motivated workforce. So everybody gains from that. Betsy, I know you're a big part of this, so you want to comment?
Thank you, Judge. I think this is just a great opportunity and a great partnership that we've had for a very long time with United Way. It really helps the county be able to be a good corporate community citizen through our employees. It gives our employees a very convenient way to give back to our community. And as we know, public servants are very giving, and it's just the heart of a public servant. The other thing about it is it helps us in an efficiency way. We are not managing a bunch of different payroll deductions. United Way it's one deduction if you want to do it through your payroll, and then United Way deals with all the accounting and doling out to various entities. I've served on a United Way board before I came to El Paso, and the work that I've seen put in by United Way to vet the entities, the nonprofits, the work that goes on behind the scenes, and the administration part on United Way, it's really transformed over time. They make sure that the majority of benefits are going to the actual recipients who need the programs. Our team and the United Way team for making this possible for the county.
And our county family always steps up, so I'm very comfortable and confident that it'll be a very successful year. So the best of luck to all of you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. One more. Thank you.
He's got too much money.
Item number 5F, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the week of September 20th through the 26th, 2025 as Forensic Science Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Yes. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Hello, gentlemen.
Welcome to El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Thank you for being here. I have the privilege of sponsoring this important resolution recognizing this week as Forensic Science Week. As we know, forensic science plays an essential role in our justice system, helping to ensure that investigations are accurate, evidence is reliable, and ultimately that justice is served. This week is an opportunity to recognize the dedicated professionals who work behind the scenes in our labs, in our offices, and in our sheriff's office, often without public recognition, but whose work is critical to public safety and trust in our justice system. I'm proud to sponsor this resolution to honor their expertise, their service, and their contribution to El Paso County. I'll go ahead and read the resolution, and then we'll hear from our esteemed guests. Whereas the dedicated public servants who work in the field of forensic science deserve recognition for their hard work in the field and inside the laboratory, their discipline and expertise through education, and whereas forensic analysis improves the investigation of criminal cases leading to the absolution of the innocent and prosecution of the guilty, and whereas the professionals that compromise our forensic science fields deserve recognition and appreciation for their commitment to proper scientific investigations for the purpose of due process, and whereas crime scene investigators, latent print examiners, forensic examiners, and forensic scientists provide long hours of service dedicated to the unbiased, accurate, and reliable analysis of evidence throughout the nation. And whereas the effort to continue strengthening forensic science standards requires forensic laboratories to maintain accreditation and crime scene investigators and latent print examiners to maintain certifications through the International Association for Identification. And whereas in 2019, the United States Senate passed Resolution 320, recognizing and supporting the goals and ideas of National Forensic Science Week, and professionals across the county will be celebrating. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize and proclaim September 20th through 26th, 2025 as Forensic Science Week, signed this 22nd day of September 2025.
We have a motion from Commissioner Butler, a second from County Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. Motion carries.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Emmanuel Soria, Chief Deputy of Paso County Sheriff's Office. I want to start off by saying thank you for recognizing National Forensic Science Week, more so the forensic professionals from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. This week is dedicated to recognizing the often unseen work of forensic professionals and investigators who stand at the crucial intersection of science and justice. When a crime occurs, we often think of the police, detectives, and lawyers, but the work of a forensic professional begins long before the courtroom. They are the ones that make the physical evidence, the silent witness, speak. The work of these forensic professionals goes far beyond what is portrayed on television. It is not always glamorous, fast, or tidy. Their work is precise, methodical, and rooted in the unwavering principle of science. They analyze everything from fingerprints and DNA to trace evidence, digital data, and ballistics. Every piece of evidence tells a story. Forensic science plays a vital role in upholding the integrity of the criminal justice system. It provides objective, impartial, and reliable information that helps to exonerate an innocent, identify the guilty, and protect the public. This week, I encourage everyone to reflect on the critical role that forensic science plays in our society. Let us all take a moment to appreciate the unsung heroes who work diligently behind the scenes. On behalf of the Sheriff's Office, I would like to take this time to thank all the forensic professionals for your hard work, dedication, and commitment to proper scientific investigations for the cause of justice. Thank you.
Do you want to introduce yourself? Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Commander Jerome Washington. I oversee the Criminal Investigations Division. So again, thank you all for this resolution. Ma'am, Commissioner Butler, a special thank you for you for sponsoring it. What I can say is I spent a good portion of my career in law enforcement in investigations, and one of the most amazing things I've ever seen is the work done by the men and women up here, crime scene, and the ones that are not with us because they're off doing something else, right? They have a lot of principles, a lot of ideology they have to follow. One of them I find very interesting is one founded by a French criminologist. His name was Edmond Lockhart, the Lockhart principle, which pretty much means every contact leaves a trace, right? One fingerprint, that one single finger DNA at a scene, they find it, something to be found. And it's amazing to see them do that because I feel in order to bring an offender to justice, one that's made it away, it's a triangle. It starts with the officers on the street, and the investigators, and then the men and women you see up here. So we're very thankful to them as well as all of the crime scene investigators across the entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to introduce yourselves, please?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Sullivan. I'm the Lieutenant for the Criminal Investigations Division, El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I oversee our Criminal Investigations Division to include our crime scene unit. And I just want to thank you all for having us here. Commissioner Butler, thank you for sponsoring this resolution. And again, we appreciate you all, and we appreciate the hard work that our crime scene unit does every day.
Thank you. Good. Introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carla Santana. I'm a crime scene investigator with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I've been doing this for about 4 years, and I did lead print examiner for about 11 years.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Ireland. I'm a latent print examiner with the Sheriff's Office, and I've done this for about 3.5 years now.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thea Navarro, and I have been a crime scene investigator for 4 years, and prior to that, I was a latent print examiner for 6 years. So I've been with the county sheriff's office for 10 years.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carla Olivas. I just started as a crime scene investigator. I'm a month in, and prior to that, I was a latent print examiner for 1.5 years.
Oh, thank you. Good luck on your career.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Richard Pryor. I've been a crime scene investigator now for 16 years with the Sheriff's Office, 19. First 3 were in evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Rosiles. I'm the crime scene unit supervisor, and I have been with the department for 10 years.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carlos Cervantes, one of the crime scene investigators here at the Sheriff's Office. I've been doing this for about 12 years. 3 of those years I've been doing, I did latent prints before this, but now I'm here in crime scene.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jose Ruben Soria. I oversee the Patrol Division. I also want to thank you for the resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the special type of resolution because you're saying people don't realize behind the scenes and the pressure, right, of trying to do the right thing and making sure you collect the right data. And that's a lot of pressure because someone can get away that shouldn't. And if you don't do it right, someone might be incriminated into something because the data wasn't proper. So you're always doing something great for the community. So I'm very thankful. Also very thankful, Sheriff Ugarte has done just some great things. I've been hearing about his leadership and his support to each and every one of you. Very conscientious about bringing everything together and uniting the team. And so thank you for being part of that process. So Commissioner Butler?
Yes, thank you again. Thank you, Commander-Chief, all of you for being here. I just want to take a moment to say thank you again for your partnership on the gun buyback programs over the last several years. A lot of people don't realize how involved you all were in making sure that those events were safe and successful, and that every single gun that was turned in went through a background check, and you all did that. So thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of your hard work. We'll go ahead and take a picture. Thank you.
Item number 5G, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing October 16th, 2025 as El Paso Giving Day.
Commissioner Butler?
Thank you again, Judge and Commissioners. This is my last resolution for today, so thank you to all of our guests for being here.
Thank you.
It is my honor again to recognize the Paso Norte Community Foundation for their annual El Paso Giving Day efforts. I know, and every nonprofit in this community knows, the challenges that organizations face in sustaining their work year after year. El Paso Day has become a vital lifeline, raising millions of dollars and connecting hundreds of nonprofits with donors who believe in their mission. Again, I want to recognize the Paso Norte Community Foundation for leading this important effort and thank our nonprofits who serve on the front lines of our community to serve families in our community every day. I'll go ahead and read this resolution, and then we'll welcome our guests to give some comments. Whereas El Paso Giving Day was launched in 2016 by the Paso Norte Community Foundation as our region's first and only community-wide day of charitable giving. And whereas El Paso Giving Day has united thousands of donors across the region in a shared mission to strengthen our community through philanthropy. And whereas since its inception, El Paso Giving Day has raised nearly $11.2 million for hundreds of nonprofits in our region, empowering these organizations to expand services, launch new programs, and increase their community impact. And whereas every dollar raised through El Paso Giving Day stays local and helps nonprofits continue the crucial work of making our region a better place for all. And whereas in celebration of its 10th anniversary, El Paso Giving Day 2025 embraces the theme of the Super Bowl of Giving to highlight the teamwork, community pride, and generosity that drive this grassroots movement. And whereas El Paso County proudly recognizes the vital role of nonprofit organizations and the importance of investing in their missions and encourages all residents to participate in this day of regional giving. And now there be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim October 16th, 2025 as El Paso Giving Day throughout El Paso County and urges all residents to support this initiative by donating, volunteering, and sharing in the spirit of generosity that defines our community. Signed this 22nd day of September, 2025.
We have
See, Tracy had a wardrobe change. I like the t-shirt, yeah.
She did.
we have a motion from Commissioner Butler, a second from Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. Motion carries.
Good morning. My name is Lupe Diaz, and I am the program
morning.
manager for the Paso Norte Community Foundation. First of all, I would like to thank Judge Samaniego, County Commissioner Butler for sponsoring our resolution, and all the commissioners, our CEO, Tracy Allen, VP of Development, Mika Short, our teams from the Health Foundation and Community Foundation, our El Paso Giving Day committee members, and our partners in philanthropy for their support. Founded in 2015 by the Paso Norte Community Foundation, El Paso Giving Day is the region's largest online day of charitable giving. We are thrilled to be celebrating our 10th year anniversary. Over the past 9 years, El Paso Giving Day has raised $11 million that has stayed right here in our community, helping nonprofits across the Paso Norte region continue their crucial work in building a better tomorrow. Last year alone, we had 260 nonprofits participate, and together we raised $1.8 million. This year, we are aiming even higher with hopes of engaging even more nonprofits and raising over $2 million. Our theme this year is the Super Bowl of Giving, because just like in football, it takes teamwork to reach our touchdown. We invite everybody to join our team by visiting elpasogivingday.org beginning October 9th for Early Giving Week and on October 16th for the big day, and support a nonprofit of your choice. Thank you.
Thank you. None of you?
Thank you.
Hey, Tracy, that's 2 in a row you're getting away with, okay? No, thank you so much. This is El Paso coming together. I always feel like if you let them know what you need and you focus on what you need from them, they'll come together. And I know the county, I know I'm being challenged with the city, between the city and the county. I was supposed to be Mayor Renard against county judges. I said, can you take the personalities out of the... He's got much more money than I do. So we'll put, we'll do the county.
Quarterbacks of the team.
Pardon me?
You're the quarterbacks of your team.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So we're going to make this happen, and thank you very much for that opportunity. But once again, as you heard earlier, the county, it's a great family. They know what needs to happen, and they're always very generous. And so I know the county is going to play a big part in this. So thank you for what you're going to do, and thank so many organizations, especially now, more than ever. A lot of the being able to help organizations going to come from donations, because so many other things are taking place, and loss of grants, and so we don't want anyone to stop doing what they've been doing so great in our community. So this will be extremely helpful. So Commissioner Butler.
Thank you all again for everything that you do and for the support that you give to our nonprofits. I think it's a great challenge, especially on the nonprofit side, to step up our game. Well, speaking as somebody who used to participate in El Paso Giving Day, really making sure that the value that nonprofits provide is communicated directly to the community, and with the backing of El Paso Giving Day, that's really easy to do. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll get Coronado's signature. Okay, thank you.
Item number 5H, approve and adopt a resolution declaring September 16th, 2025 as National Voter Registration Day in El Paso County, Texas.
All right.
Mr. Stout.
My turn. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. I have the privilege of introducing a resolution recognizing National Voter Registration Day. And I think this is about more than just a date on the calendar. It's about protecting the freedom to vote and building a multiracial democracy that works for everyone in El Paso County. From power grabs and redistricting to continued voter suppression laws, there are forces trying really hard to limit who can participate in our democracy. Those most affected are young people, people with disabilities, working class families, and communities of color. And that is why National Voter Registration Day is not just about protecting our democracy, it's about reimagining it and rebuilding it. We really must build a democracy that lives our values and honors our worth. We deserve full access to the ballot, fair representation, and the power to shape the decisions that affect all of our lives. Through people power, we can register voters, get communities vote ready, and show up at the polls. And in El Paso and across Texas, every person deserves what every American should expect from a democracy, which is the freedom to vote and the power to determine our own future. So I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. We have a number of folks invited to speak, as well as, I think, some folks online. So the resolution reads, whereas National Voter Registration Day was first established in 2012 as a nonpartisan civic holiday to celebrate our democracy and to ensure that every eligible voter has the opportunity to register and make their voice heard. And whereas since its founding, National Voter Registration Day has helped more than 5 million Americans register to vote through coordinated community efforts, broad coalitions, and partnerships among civic organizations, businesses, local governments, and volunteers across the nation. And whereas the celebration is rooted in the fundamental belief that voting is both a right and a responsibility, and that democracy is strongest when all voices are included and represented. And whereas Texas is consistently ranked as one of the most difficult states in which to register and to vote due to restrictive and discriminatory voter suppression laws, which create unnecessary barriers for eligible voters and undermine confidence in the democratic process. And whereas in a time when our democracy faces challenges from widespread disinformation to intentional restrictions on access to the ballot box, National Voter Registration Day stands as a joyful and unifying reminder of the power of civic participation and the promise of a multiracial, inclusive democracy. And whereas El Paso County is home to a proud, diverse, and engaged community whose residents continue to demonstrate resilience and commitment to civic participation, even in the face of systemic barriers, and whereas National Voter Registration Day provides an opportunity for our community to come together, encourage neighbors, friends, and family to register, and to recommit ourselves to the democratic values that bind us together. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize September 16, 2025 as National Voter Registration Day and encourage all residents to register to vote, to participate fully in our democracy, and to celebrate the joy of civic engagement. Signed this 22nd day of September 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout, a second from Commissioner Holguin. Voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. The motion carries.
Thank you all. Welcome.
Welcome.
Here with Texas Rising and Texas Freedom Network. First off, I want to thank Commissioner Stout for uplifting and kind of highlighting the importance of National Voter Registration Day. Days like this remind us that democracy works best when we all have voices, and registration is the first step in making that voice be heard. Too often I hear that our voices don't matter, that we can't make a real impact, but the truth is the choices that are being made now shape the world that we're going to inherit. Whether it's jobs we'll work, the communities that we'll live in, or the opportunities that we'll have, those decisions land on our shoulders. And one day sooner than we think, young folks will be the ones to call to lead. That's why registering and voting matters. It's how we make sure that our voices are counted for, our perspectives are seen, and the futures that we hold are shaped. Not only just for us, but for the ones that will come after us. Every registration form is a step forward for more representation in our democracy, where young people are just not the future, but also the present. So today, let's remember, we aren't powerless, we are powerful. And when we show up and we participate, we strengthen our democracy. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Commissioners, for approving the resolution.
Thank you for being here.
Good morning, County Commissioners, community leaders, and the El Paso community. My name is Angelica Rodriguez, and I have the privilege of serving as the branch chair for the Rio Grande region of the National Association of Social Workers. Today, we come together to recognize National Voter Registration Day, a day that strongly reminds us that democracy doesn't just happen every 4 years. It's a commitment we live out every single day throughout civic engagement, community involvement, and ensuring every voice has the opportunity to be heard. As a social worker, we are called to strengthen equality, expanding opportunities, and protect the fundamental human rights of all people. At the heart of these rights is one of the most important, the right to vote. But the unfortunate reality is that too many eligible voters remain unregistered. Whether it's due to language barriers, lack of access of information, or even the simple challenges of navigating the registration process. For many citizens, their voices are silenced even before having the chance of being heard. And we know that when voices are silenced, needs go unmet. This is why National Voter Registration Day is much more than just a date on a calendar. It's a day to raise awareness, to make sure that our neighbors, co-workers, and loved ones know how to get registered, know their rights, and know that their vote counts. Because when we vote, we demand change, we demand equity, we demand justice. Thank you for the opportunity to spread awareness, and I look forward to working alongside of you to ensure that the right to vote is accessible to all members of our community, and know that we have the power to make a difference. Thank you so much. And Commissioner Stout, once again, thank you for not only reaching out to us and getting involved, but you had demonstrated that going to Austin, being here in our community, going to events, showing up where it matters, that you're making a difference in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Hi, Lisa. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Lisa Wise, El Paso County Elections Administrator. Thank you, Commissioner Stout. I'm happy to be here recognizing National Voter Registration Day. Our department began holding drives throughout the county in celebration of National Voter Registration Day about 10 years ago. It's an opportunity for us to be out in our community, working with different groups throughout the county. We generally visit colleges and high schools on these dates to promote registration, but also to answer many questions that we have from voters on the registration process and the voting process. Last week, we held drives at UTEP, 2 of our Western Tech University campuses, and 2 EPCC campuses, registering voters and also answering questions. But as you know, and was said before me, National Voter Registration Day, it cannot be celebrated just one day. Our department celebrates that basically every day by working on site, updating and entering the hundreds of registrations we receive, as well as off-site with our elementary, middle school, and high school curriculum. We've begun talking to our students on the importance of voting and civic engagement as young as 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade now. We conduct events such as our I Voted sticker, which we just announced today for the 2026 election, where we will be having the I Voted sticker by the high schools and the future voter sticker designed by our elementary schools, trying to bring in as many of our youth as possible. Our department is also honored to be part of the naturalization ceremonies where we are able to register our country's newest citizens to vote. The number of El Paso County registered voters continues to grow. As of this morning, we had 515,724 registered voters, over 500,000. We have a daily ticker on our website, epcountyvotes.com, that continues to go up. But when I talk about voter registration, I always like to mention that registering is only the first step. When we visit our schools, we like to remind our students of the 3 R's of voting: register, research, and remember to vote. Without connecting those steps, your voice cannot be heard. Thank you for this resolution and the opportunity to continue to work with our county residents on the importance of registering, but also researching and going out to the ballot box and remembering to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
I believe we have somebody online that is also signed up to speak, so we can take that individual. Yep, thank you.
Welcome, Fernanda.
Hello, good morning. Can you all hear me fine?
Yes,
Amazing. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Fernanda Maldonado. I'm the Civic Engagement Director for Move Texas. We are a nonprofit working to build the political power of young people in Texas. It is such an honor to join you all. Thank you so much for adopting this resolution to recognize our favorite day of the year, National Voter Registration Day in El Paso. We honor it deeply because it is a day that really reminds us of that simple but powerful truth that democracy thrives when everyone has a voice. Since the holiday began in 2012, more than 5 million Americans have registered to vote through the collective efforts of local governments, community organizations, volunteers all over the nation. That's 5 million individual acts of hope, 5 million reminders that the promise of democracy really lives in each one of us. And I believe that here, especially on the border, the promise carries special meaning. El Paso is such a special community that knows resilience, knows what it means to stand up for each other, even when the barriers are in our way. So we really see registering to vote as more than just completing paperwork, right? It's a celebration of our right to be heard and our commitment to really shaping the community that we deserve to live in. And that's why this day matters so much, right? Especially in a state that makes civic participation difficult enough as it is. On this day, across El Paso, across the state of Texas, we see students turning campuses into hubs of civic participation. We see volunteers helping neighbors navigate the process. We see grassroots leaders proving that they're ready, not just to inherit democracy, but to really strengthen it. And in this moment, when our democracy faces those challenges, the mission is more urgent than ever. Every voter that we register, every conversation we spark, helps someone connect the dots between the things that they care about and the decisions that happen in rooms just like the one you're in today. It helps them see that their voices can move policy, can protect rights, can bring that shared community vision to life. So I'm happy that we can honor the volunteer deputy registrars that stand in the hot sun with clipboards for hours, the students that inspire their peers to action, and generations of border residents and Texans who have fought and continue to fight every day for this right to be accessible. Because we know that when every Texan, when every El Pasoan is empowered to register, to vote, to lead, to organize, our democracy doesn't just survive, it thrives. So thank you all.
Thank you, Fernanda. Anyone else?
Anyone? Do we have anyone
I'd
else?
like to have Commissioner Holguin has been a great advocate for voting, and so I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah. No, thank you all for everything that you do, all of you that are here in the courtroom, and Fernanda as well. It is so important that we continue to communicate with our community about the importance of voting, because that's the only way that we'll ever see the real change that we want to see. So thank you, Lisa, for all of the incredible work. I see all our election staff at the different high schools, and I know how hard that is. My office and I have gone out to the high schools to try to encourage students to vote, and it is hard. It is hard really to get them to understand, to make that connection on how registering to vote can really change their community, their families, their lives. But thank you for all of everything that you all do every single day, including all of our staff here at the Elections Department. And this is how we make a difference, and this is how we'll continue to make a difference for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to encourage or maybe challenge, when you're running for office or being reelected, you find out that so many people have not registered. And so I would like to make a sort of a challenge to all, anybody running for office. It's a great opportunity to say, we stop at individuals' houses, we find out that they're not registered. The idea is not to walk away from that, but to make sure that someone shows up and gets them registered. And in our own, we have front row seat of dealing with individuals that have never voted, and it's such one of the most saddest things. And a lot of it at the end is the encouragement. They tell me, how come they all passed by my house and they don't stop? And I say, well, you're not registered as a voter, and they're not even aware of that they're, they're being missed out. And so it's a great thing for each and every one of us to get. It's a little sad sometimes when we're in Austin and we don't have the power of the vote, and they know that we don't have a voting record. It makes it very difficult. Individuals like Commissioner Stout that goes to Austin quite often, but when they see that we're not voting, it lessens the challenge for them. It makes it easier not to hear us because we don't have the voting power. And that has to stop, especially in today's world. We have to be challenging Texas and Austin and the state so much, but we need that leverage of knowing that we're a community that votes and they'll listen to us. If we don't vote, they don't feel the need to respond to us. So thank you, Commissioner Stout. It's a great resolution, and like I said, the advocacy that comes from Commissioner Holguin as well, and all of you. Thank you very much. So, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Judge. I want to thank you all for coming and speaking. Thank you, Fernanda, for getting online and sharing those thoughts. I really want to thank our county elections department for the work that they do. Ms. Wise, since she's been here, has really worked with the Commissioners Court to try to expand access to voting, back in 2020 because of the work that she did to allow have curbside voting, expanded hours in the polling places, mail ballots to everyone. We had the largest turnout in El Paso County's history that election. Unfortunately, the state has come and preempted us from doing some of those things that she worked so hard to do and her staff worked so hard to do to expand access. But I know that we're always looking for other creative ways to make sure that we get to people, and it really is a testament, I think, to that work, hearing that you're out in the high schools, that you're out talking to folks, getting out there in the community, because not everybody has to do that. Not everybody wants to do that. And so it's really important work. And of course, to the other individuals who came and spoke, thank you, Angelica, for being here and for your advocacy. I feel like there's like 10 Angelicas in this town because she's everywhere. Thank you, Michael, and thank you to Texas Rising and TFN and Move Texas, organizations that really take this very seriously and make sure that we have as many people registered to vote. And now it's our job to get people out to vote, right? That's again the second part, the most important part. In El Paso County, we do have low voter turnout. In the state of Texas, we have low voter turnout. They say that Texas is a red state, but in my opinion, it's a non-voting state. And if we had more people voting, things would change. But we need to continue to push that. We need to continue to ask people to do that. And so I want to thank Commissioner Butler for reminding me to remind you all that we have a November ballot, a November election, that there will be some, I think, municipal and maybe school board elections throughout the county, but also there are close to 20 constitutional amendments for the state constitution that are very important for people to go vote on. And so, every November we have an election, and it's not just on a presidential cycle or on a gubernatorial cycle. There are also other important items that we need to be voting on. So please don't forget to get out and exercise your vote and your responsibility. Thank you very much. Can we take a picture with y'all?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Item number 5I, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing and celebrating El Paso Chamber's Membership Experience Week.
Come on up, y'all. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. I have the honor to read this resolution into the record. For more than 125 years, the El Paso Chamber has been a driving force in economic development in our region, advocating for businesses, fostering innovation, and strengthening the borderplex economy. And last week, the Chamber hosted its Membership Experience Week, a really important event that not only welcomed new members, but also to strengthen connections. It highlighted collaboration and celebrated the role of businesses in driving growth in our community. So we want to welcome the members of the Chamber who are here with us today. And with that, I'll go ahead and read the resolution, and then we'll hear from you all. The resolution states, whereas since 1899, the El Paso Chamber has been the leading business advocacy organization in the region, dedicated to fostering job growth, economic expansion, and elevating quality of life. And whereas the El Paso Chamber has driven connection and innovation in El Paso for more than 125 years, guided by its core pillars of economic development and innovation, public policy and government relations, and infrastructure and transportation. And whereas from September 15 to 19, 2025, the El Paso Chamber hosted Membership Experience Week, a high-energy, one-of-a-kind event that brought together businesses, leaders, and community members to celebrate the Chamber's role in strengthening the borderplex economy. And whereas over the course of the week, more than 250 volunteers participated in a competition-style campaign to welcome new members, showcase the Chamber's value, and expand its impact as a unifying voice of business in the borderplex. And whereas Membership Experience Week amplified the Chamber's mission of advocating for businesses, connecting leaders, and fostering innovation, ensuring that the El Paso Chamber continues to be a catalyst for growth and prosperity in this region. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize and celebrate the El Paso Chamber's Membership Experience Week, September 15 to 19, 2025, and commend the Chamber for its leadership, service, and unwavering commitment to advancing economic prosperity for El Paso County and the borderplex. Signed this 22nd day of September 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. Motion carries.
Mr. Mora, welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Judge Samaniego, members of the Commissioners Court, County Administration staff, members of the public. My name is Ricardo Mora. I'm the President and CEO of the El Paso Chamber. On behalf of the El Paso Chamber, I want to express our sincere gratitude to Commissioner Stout for sponsoring this resolution, recognizing September 15th through the 19th, 2025 as Membership Experience Week. Your partnership and support as strong allies of the Chamber means so much to us and to the business community that we serve together. We're also deeply thankful for the continued support for El Paso County, as it has done so for many years in many key engagements, like El Paso Days in Austin. I was glad to be there the first time, but you've been doing it for many decades. Thank you for supporting that. State of the County, Pints and Politics, and many more. That commitment strengthens our shared mission of advancing economic growth and opportunity for the borderplex. El Paso Chamber's first Membership Experience Week was a tremendous success. I hope you were able to see it. We had a lot of excitement and energy. Thanks to the energy and commitment of our volunteers, staff, and community partners, we had over 250 volunteers participate in the Membership Experience Week. They worked tirelessly to showcase the value of the Chamber and invite new members to join our mission. As a result, I'm happy to share today that the El Paso Chamber, for the first time, proudly finished number 2 in the state of Texas. Number 2 in the state of Texas in terms of fundraising, with 165 new members added in this past week and to our network. It is just incredible. And I want to applaud all of our team here, because without our team and our partnership with the community, we couldn't have had 165 new members to the Chamber. And we learn every time we do a new engagement. At least I am. I'm still learning. And I learned something new that I like to share, and I think we all take it to heart. And it's not about we. It's not about, when businesses come to the chamber, it's not about what the chamber can do for them. It's about us. It's about how our community for 125 years comes together as a business community and pushes our community forward. So talking about community, workforce development, economic development, that all equals jobs. And we are so proud to be part of the El Paso Chamber that is driving that force moving forward for another 125 years. These achievements reflect the strength of our business community and the power of collaboration. They also remind us that when we come together as a region, we can compete, succeed at the highest level. Again, we are number 2 in the state of Texas, and I'm also going to say it, number 5 nationwide. Nationwide, El Paso is on the map. So thank you again, County Judge and Commissioners, for recognizing our work and for standing with us as partners in advancing economic growth and opportunity for the Borderplex. We look forward to continuing to build this momentum together, and I'd like to have Claudia, our Programs Director, say a few words.
Welcome, Claudia. Welcome.
Honorable Judge Samaniego and members of the El Paso County Commissioners Court. Good morning. I'm Claudia Rosales. I'm the Director of Programs and Events at the El Paso Chamber. I've had the privilege to work for the Chamber for 20 years now. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. It is an honor to stand before you as we celebrate a momentous occasion for our community, the El Paso Chamber's first ever Membership Experience Week. The Membership Experience Week was not just an event. It was a week dedicated to deepening the engagement of our local businesses, entrepreneurs, and community leaders with the El Paso Chamber. It was an opportunity to showcase the many benefits of chamber membership, from access to educational programs, advocacy at the local, state, and national levels, collaborations, and networking opportunities. The Chamber is committed to ensuring that the business community thrives. Membership Experience Week was more than just about growth and opportunities. It was about building a stronger, more resilient El Paso. When our businesses succeed, our entire community flourishes. Last week, we highlighted the importance of collaboration and partnerships in shaping a future that benefits all of El Paso, from the local entrepreneurs to large corporations, from the nonprofit organizations, and to the everyday citizens. On behalf of the El Paso Chamber, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your continued leadership and commitment to the success of our community. Your support of the Chamber's efforts ensures that we continue to build the foundation of progress and opportunity that has made El Paso such a vibrant place to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudia, and I love how you're able to have like 5 Claudias, and she's like the ninja of events. You come in, she's decorating, you come out, it's just amazing. So Claudia, it's always been a pleasure. And then on the external world, the other ninja, Manny over there, he seems to be everywhere that I ever go to. So you have an amazing team. But I don't know if anybody else is going to speak. But I too want to thank you about that partnership is amazing. And one of the things that I've seen, thank you, Ricardo, for bringing the binational component. And of course, Commissioner Stout has been very involved in that as well, is that we keep talking about the region, but then somehow whenever we have an event, everybody just sort of goes back to, Juarez does their thing, we do our thing kind of. But I think since you've come, Ricardo, I see that kind of regional focus becoming a reality. And we know for a fact that the regional focus here in El Paso is our most strongest asset that we have. Because, singularly is going to be, we're going to do great things, of course, but coming together, and so thank you for that component. It's been very special to see that it's going to be that way going forward, that we're a region and that we're very strong as a region, and, you're very supportive of that, so thank you. Commissioner Stout?
Well, thank you all once again. Thank you for allowing me to have the honor of presenting this resolution, and thank you for the work that you do. And Commissioner Butler also would like to say something before we end?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I want to give you the last word, Commissioner, but I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the chamber and the role that it's played in my career and my life. And also how much I appreciate the hard work that you do, especially in engaging longstanding members and new members as well. The world of chambers of commerce changes frequently, and over the last decade especially has changed tremendously. And I'm happy to see that under new leadership, you all are innovating and finding new ways to serve the community. I wanted to make one comment because we do have a lot of small businesses in the room with us today. And those are the car dealers that are here and have a very specific policy and fiscal issue that they're dealing with now, and there might be a role for the chamber to play in helping to find some innovative solutions for them. So I encourage you, if you're not familiar with them or haven't met them, maybe Mr. Mora or maybe Claudia, you can listen to some of their concerns and the ways that the county is trying to address them, but maybe there's a way also for the chamber and other community members to help the situation as well. So thank you very much for being here, and congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner, and just thank you all again for your work and for being here and 125 years of doing that. I know that none of us were here 125 years ago, but I mean 20. That's a long that's a long haul. But thank you. Let's take a picture.
Thank you.
Item number 5J, approve and adopt a resolution honoring Recker Outreach and its founder, Sergeant First Class Samantha M. Recker.
Okay. I'm very, very pleased to be able to also sponsor this resolution. I know that the Commissioners Court knows Samantha Recker very well. She's a very dedicated member of our community and has been, I think, helpful to all of us in projects that we've had throughout the community. She recently, I know, helped my office together with City Rep Maldonado Rocha's office to do a cleanup. Commissioner Butler told me that she just had a cleanup that she and her organization helped out with. But today we're going to take a moment to celebrate a new milestone for Ms. Recker. Her youth program, Reconnecting with the Disconnected, has been officially incorporated as a nonprofit organization in the state of Texas. It's a program that has already served hundreds of students, providing guidance, opportunity, and a positive path forward. And so with that, I'm going to read the resolution and then happy to hear from our guests. The resolution states, whereas Recker Outreach was founded by Sergeant First Class Samantha M. Recker, a decorated U.S. Army service member and community leader with a mission to support homeless veterans and at-risk youth in the El Paso region. And whereas Recker Outreach opened its transitional housing program for veterans on Veterans Day in 2023, providing safe shelter resources and mentorship to those navigating the challenges of reintegration into civilian life. And whereas since its founding, the transitional housing program has successfully supported 11 veterans, with 9 completing their stay and re-entering the community as working, independent members of society. And whereas on April 6, 2024, Recker Outreach launched its youth program, Reconnecting with the Disconnected, which to date has served 199 students with 125 graduates and 17 currently enrolled, offering young people a positive path forward through discipline, guidance, and opportunity. And whereas on August 13, 2025, Reconnecting with the Disconnected was officially incorporated as a nonprofit organization by the Texas Secretary of State, marking a historic milestone that strengthens its foundation and ensures the long-term sustainability of its mission to empower at-risk youth in the El Paso region. And whereas the organization's holistic approach, bridging both veteran services and youth development, strengthens the fabric of the El Paso community by ensuring that those who have served and the next generation alike have the tools and support that they need to thrive. And whereas the vision, dedication, and personal commitments of Sergeant First Class Samantha M. Recker, who continues to serve her country with honor and now serves her community through Recker Outreach, exemplified the values of service, resilience, and leadership. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes and commends Recker Outreach, Reconnecting with the Disconnected, and their founder, Sergeant First Class Samantha M. Recker, for their extraordinary contributions to the well-being of veterans and youth in El Paso, and extends gratitude for their service, leadership, and commitment to building a stronger and more compassionate community. Signed this 22nd day of September 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout, a second from County Judge Samaniego. Voting is open. Commissioner Coronado is absent. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners Court. My mom's work is very important, and I was the mastermind of the transition house. Thank you for being here to celebrate my mom, and my mom does this to help the world. Also, make sure to vote.
Wow,
All right.
great job. Thank you.
Absolutely. I also want to thank Jason for helping me out this morning. He's been a great addition to my staff, a temporary addition to my staff this morning. Thank you very much for being here.
Great job.
So I just want to say thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Anybody who doesn't know, these are my pillars. Jason is the mastermind who created the transition house, and my son is one who helps me with the youth program. So without your guys' support, we wouldn't be here. So I just want to extend a thanks out to you guys because your support is tremendous to us. And again, we're here to help. We want to give these youth and the veterans an opportunity to get back into this community and show that heart that they have and give it back. So wherever we can help, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Well, what an amazing, well, go ahead.
He's not going to say a
Does
whole
the older
lot.
son want to have anything to say?
He is the oldest.
He passed it on to.
You're going to say nothing? Nope. Yes.
Well, we want to thank you because of the, what a driving force in one person. I mean, such a great role model for you to be able to do that and, you know, connect with the disconnected. It just seems so important because it's like that last mile kind of thing, that it's that group of individuals that haven't gotten, you know, reached it to. And so thank you for doing that. Thank you for what you do for veterans. As Veterans Capital of the USA, we're always looking for more and more reasons why we are the Veterans Capital of the USA. And these are the uniqueness of things that are done here in our community that are just beyond, you know, any other community. But just what you do on your own, it's pretty incredible that you're able to, you know, just do so much and then make so many things happen. So we thank you for this. And it's an honor to have you here today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Butler, I think wanted to have.
Commissioner Butler?
I just wanted to say thank you. It's funny timing, considering I met you on Saturday our community cleanup out in Montana Vista, and you brought, I think, 7 students out there.
Roughly.
So thank you very much for what you do for our community, for our veterans, and for our at-risk youth. It makes a world of difference, and thank you for coming out to the community and supporting our efforts as well. So appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you so much for your great work, and it's just so cool to see. It's like a family ordeal as well, and you guys all, the children support their mother, and you know what a great role model. I also want to thank Justice of the Peace Lucila Nájera for helping me with the resolution, and she is the individual that introduced me to Ms. Recker in the beginning. I know that she works with her kids that are coming through her courts, and you know, it's great to see how these kids benefit so greatly from the help that you're giving them. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Item number 5K, approve and adopt a resolution declaring September 21st, 2025 as International Peace Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Okay, this is my last resolution for the day, for the morning. Thank you for your patience, everybody. This is just really important, you know, for me. It's just especially because now more than ever, in a world that's plagued by political violence, extremism, wars, and hate, we are reminded that peace is not optional, it is essential. And here in El Paso, we know that peace is something we must actively build, protect, and fight for every day. Yesterday, the International Day of Peace Symposium was held at UTEP, and it brought together peace advocates, community leaders, and students to challenge divisions, to foster understanding, and take concrete action to strengthen our community and inspire hope. And so I want to thank Lori Marshall and Unity Through Creativity for organizing this symposium. and for inviting our office to recognize this important work today. And so with that, I'll read the resolution, and if where did they go? Are they outside? Okay. Hi, Ms. Marshall. We're on your resolution, so I'm gonna you can go ahead and come up to the podium. I'm gonna read the resolution, and then we'll hear from you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Okay, the resolution states, whereas the International Day of Peace, observed annually on September 21st, serves as a global call for peace and understanding, promoting harmony among all nations and peoples. And whereas El Paso, Texas aspires to enhance our community's reputation as an international city of peace through meaningful and impactful events. And whereas the International Day of Peace Symposium, which took place at the University of Texas at El Paso on September 21st, 2025, aims to advance the objectives of peace building and community engagement by fostering dialogue and collaboration among peace practitioners. And whereas this symposium is designed to strengthen local and national connections among peace advocates and is part of various events globally in September that culminate with the International Day of Nonviolence on October 2nd, the birthday of Mahatma Gandhi. And whereas the event featured interactive and creative sessions, including presentations and roundtables, creating art to be donated to local nonprofits, group discussions, and cultural celebrations. And now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby declare September 21st, 2025 to be known as International Peace Day in El Paso County, and support the celebration and objectives of the International Day of Peace Symposium as a commitment to promoting peace and enhancing El Paso's role as a beacon of harmony and collaboration. Signed this 22nd day of September, 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout, a second from Commissioner Holguín. The voting is open. Judge Samaniego and Commissioner Coronado are absent. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I just learned that 180 countries participated in the International Day of Peace yesterday. And at our symposium, we had Claudia Rosales join us because you can't have peace without prosperity. The partnerships that you all support and that are woven in El Paso's beautiful community are growing stronger and stronger. And one of our speakers was from Colombia, the country of Colombia, and he's working with bioregional regeneration. Instead of having nation states to have the headwaters of a river and then the streams and then the rivers and going to the ocean, of organizing around clean watersheds. And Claudia Rosales brought up the issue of Juarez and El Paso coming together to really look at our watershed together, and New Mexico and Colorado, because we're all connected. We also had the great honor of serving the Candlelighters. Candlelighters are an organization that help children who are experiencing cancer from ages 0 to 24 and serves their families. We asked the participants, of which there were 155 total, how many people had someone they lost to cancer, and 3/4 of the people in the room raised their hand. It's a very big issue, and we want to raise attention to all the different forms of cancer that are happening. We also focused on the fact that peace is not the lack of conflict. It's conflict done well. It's conflict, as incredible Monica Giasso would say, keeping connection. We have disagreements. They enrich us. They make us stronger and help us think more deeply. So we are here as the nonprofit Unity Through Creativity that uses art as a tool for peace building to support the incredible work of the county commissioners and so many people. Today I'm wearing a shirt. This shirt is from a mural called The Mahogany Singing Tree of Reuniting Children with Their Families. And it was designed by 7th graders in Virginia to honor the children who were separated in 2021. Each leaf stands for a child who is separated. We are experiencing that separation again, heartbreakingly, and we are here to stand for nonviolent ways to be a community that embraces everyone's gifts. And I have a copy of the schedule for you each, and I have a gift from candlelighters for each of you as well. And this is Miss Monica, who helped organize. We had about 10 people who organized this symposium, and would you like to say some words?
Hi, good morning, commissioners. Come to you as a volunteer today, not as a El Paso County staff necessarily. Last year, I attended the Peace Symposium. It was my first year, and I was so impressed and left so motivated that when Ms. Lori asked me to join their planning group, I said yes, of course, and so that has been my volunteering venture for this year, along with, it's 12 on the planning committee, and we worked all year long, and it's a real testament to the community coming together for peace. To be in that room with such a diverse group from all over all walks, but yet coming together for peace was very inspiring. So it's a testament to our community and the spirit of volunteerism overall. So thank you all for this.
Well, thank you both for joining us this morning and allowing me to be part of this resolution, and thank you for putting on this symposium. We need to do so much more when it comes to being peaceful and promoting peace in our community, in our state, in our country, and this world. So it starts with you. Thank you. Take a picture. Because Judge Samaniego had to leave, and he left me in charge, and so I think we'll go ahead and move down to the next resolutions that are Commissioner Holguin's. Thank you.
Item number 5L, approve and adopt a resolution designating October as Down Syndrome Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you all. Thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long morning, but these are all such wonderful resolutions, and we're glad that y'all are able to join us today. So this resolution is very special, and thank you, Priscilla and Sophia and everyone who is here in support of this resolution. And I know we'll hear some more about a very special activity that is coming up that I hope as many of us as possible can participate in. But I'll read the resolution and then pass it over to you, Priscilla. Whereas 1 in 700 babies born in the United States is born with Down syndrome. And whereas El Paso County has the highest birth rate of Down syndrome in the state of Texas. And whereas people with Down syndrome are active participants in educational, occupational, social, and recreational circles of the community. And whereas the Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso invites everyone to join us on Saturday, October 4th at the 15th Annual Buddy Walk to celebrate, promote acceptance and inclusion, and raise funds for the Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso, the El Paso Community College Scholarships for Students with Disabilities, and the National Down Syndrome Society. And whereas the Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso Buddy Walk will take place on the EPCC Valle Verde campus, participants and donors can take part by registering at epbuddywalk.org. The Buddy Walk will bring together individuals, families, and agencies to raise awareness. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 in El Paso County as Down Syndrome Awareness Month. In official recognition thereof, the Commissioners Court hereby affixes their signatures this 22nd day of September 2025.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguín, a second from Commissioner Butler. Voting is open. Judge Samaniego and Commissioner Coronado are absent. Motion carries.
Great. Priscilla and Sophia, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Esvelo. I am proud to be in a body walk. I will be doing, my tea will be my motions. Judge and commissioners.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I see Judge has left for a little bit. Okay, so my name is Priscilla Estrello. I am the president of the Down Syndrome Coalition. The coalition started as a small grassroots support for us, but through our original founders, which Dr. Boss is here, we started in 2015, we became a 501c3. Since then, not only has the coalition been here to support families, but we also have started a buddy walk, or we've been with partnering with El Paso Community College for the last 15 years with our buddy walk. We have book clubs. We have a symposium every year, which empowers families for more services that they can have. One of the things that our community needs is support. We have partnered up with Every Little Blessings as well, is a school that Sophia went to when she started, and that started off from our initiatives as well. We continue to promote initiatives in our community for our Down syndrome community, not only for the young ones, but also for the older ones, which our book club is focused on 18 and over. We're starting our action club. We're continuing to work on maybe podcasts, webinars, just for more community awareness. We recently partnered up with UTEP to have some interns, more interns. We have speech language pathologists that come on and help us. We have the occupational therapists, and we are now partnering up with the social work department to bring more initiatives. So I just want to thank you and invite everybody to the Buddy Walk. We still have plenty of support open for everybody to volunteer, to also participate in teams, as well as if you're interested, you go on to our Down Syndrome Coalition website. There's a pledge it, and we are inviting all of community to please support our initiative, because it does support intellectual disability scholarships, as well as any initiatives that we are starting, and we do want to become a bigger face of community as a resource. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I have Jim Heine here from El Paso Community College, who is our marketing from El Paso Community College, and we also have Jana, who is also a parent. Oh, I have to share. All of our parents who sit on the board do everything volunteer, and we all have children with Down syndrome. And also Dr. Boss is one of those family members that has started originally with us. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Heine, did you want to say anything, or Dr. Boss?
Hi, good morning. El Paso Community College started the Buddy Walk in 2010. And we're so glad that it has grown and grown and grown, 15 years this year. And we love to be part of the community, and we have our own Buddy Walk scholarship for students with disabilities that some of the funds come out of. But we more love the work that the Down Syndrome Coalition for El Paso does, especially the Every Little Blessing daycare is one of the greatest things on earth. Every time I go up there, I cry. It is the greatest thing on earth. And we thank you very much for this resolution and hope to see you out there at the Buddy Walk at Villa Verde campus.
Dr. Paz?
Good morning or good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners, for accepting this resolution for the Down Syndrome Coalition of El Paso. Priscilla's absolutely right. I was one of 4 parents that had babies nearly 13 years ago, all within months of each other with Down syndrome. And we quickly realized that El Paso lacked the resources needed for individuals to support their families and individuals with Down syndrome. Those angry parents developed the El Paso Coalition for Down syndrome. And I am very proud to see where it has progressed and the resources that it is now providing our children, our adults, and our families. We should be able to provide those resources that many big cities are providing today. And I'm very proud that this coalition continues to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Well, thank you all so much for the incredibly important work that you all do to continue to educate our community, and of course for all of these wonderful initiatives that are more and more successful every year. And I just want to take a moment to thank Sophia. She did a fabulous job. Yes, let's give her a round of applause. You did a great job. And if I can invite you all up here so we can take a photo with you, if you can come up here, Sophia, right up here, right up here.
Item number 5M, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing La Tapatia Incorporated for its 75th anniversary in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you all for being here with us. This is really an honor and a privilege for me because La Tapatia is just, it is just such an important part of the Mission Valley. And not only is it a place, if y'all haven't been there, I will treat you to some of the best food you will have in El Paso. But not only is it a place for people to gather, but with their family and their friends, but Tapatia has really become such an important part of that community. So thank you all for all of the work that you do, but everything that you give back to the community. Your family has always understood the importance of giving back, and that's a tradition that I hope we see for another 75 years. So I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, and then we'll let y'all say a few words. Whereas La Tapatia Inc. first opened its doors on September 20th, 1950, originally as a corn mill, tortilla, and tamal factory in Isleta, Texas, by Marcelino and Felipe Galvan. And whereas in 1970, the Galvan family sold La Tapatia to a partnership which included Gus Rallis, Ted Rallis, and former El Paso Mayor Ray Salazar. And whereas in March 1979, local political trailblazer Alicia R. Chacon, a lifelong resident of Isleta, purchased La Tapatia in partnership with Edward Alvarez. And whereas in 1994, Alicia R. Chacon sold the business to her sister, Esther Rosenkrantz, who along with her sister, Berta Monsiváis, preserve the authenticity and warmth that defined La Tapatia over decades. And whereas in 2020, Laura M. Rosenkrantz, daughter of Esther Rosenkrantz, inherited the business as well as her mother's spirit and devotion to continuing the success of this family enterprise. And whereas La Tapatia's signature stone mill ground corn for tortillas and tamales, as well as traditionally prepared ingredients such as nixtamal and stone mill ground chile colorado, continue to be its distinguishing hallmark and source of pride. And whereas in recognition and gratitude to its employees for their passion, devotion, and service to traditionally crafted Mexican food products, which are renowned throughout the El Paso community. And whereas in deep appreciation to its individual customers, businesses, and institutions whose loyal patronage has supported and sustained the continued growth of La Tapatia Inc. for the last 75 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court, in celebration of its 75th anniversary, does hereby proclaim September 22nd, 2025 as La Tapatia Inc. Day. In official recognition thereof, the Commissioners Court hereby affixes their signatures this September 22nd, 2025.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguin, a second from Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Judge Samaniego and Commissioner Coronado are absent. The motion carries.
Great. Laura, are you up first? Yeah.
Firstly, thank you. I'm Laura Rosenkrantz. I'm here representing our family and our beloved employees and customers and our community. So it's an honor to be here. Thank you. I have a few words written. We extend our deepest and most sincere thank you to all our loyal patrons who have supported La Tapatia Inc. throughout 75 years. Since opening our doors in 1950, your continued trust and love for our food, our family, and our traditions have been the foundation of our success. Whether you've stopped for a dozen tamales, fresh tortillas, or simply share a smile, you've become part of our story and we are forever grateful. To our incredible employees, past and present, your dedication, hard work, heart. Sorry. I lost it. My technical difficulties. Okay, well, I'll read it from here. To our incredible employees, past and present, your dedication, heart, and hard work have made La Tapatia more than just a restaurant. You've poured your soul into every tortilla, every tamal, and every warm greeting. Your commitment to quality and community has helped keep the spirit of La Tapatia alive for generations. From the bottom of our heart, we thank you for helping us preserve the flavor, the culture, and the legacy of La Tapatia. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla?
My name is Carla Monsis Weiss. La Tapatia has been in our family way before I was even around. But anyone who's ever taken part in either managing or owning a small business knows that it takes a lot. It takes a lot. There's a lot of joy in it, and there's a lot of labor. It's a labor of love, for sure. And we're just proud to be the current keepers of this flame that we intend to keep going for 75 more years and hopefully even more than that. But we'd like to thank you all for this wonderful recognition. As Laura mentioned, our employees, our customers, all the vendors that work with us, our fellow businesses around us, because we work together to keep the Isleta community alive and booming. But we also like to, more than anything, thank God for keeping La Tapatia in his hands every single one of those days, the 75 years, because it sure does, we sure do need his help every day. But thank you all so much. We are honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Corinne? Did you want to say a few words, Corinne?
On behalf of your mama?
Well, you all know I love the microphone. Just thank you all so much. You know, it's so meaningful for us to be here in the Enrique Moreno Courthouse, in the Alicia Chacon Commissioner's Courtroom. And we just want to thank you for honoring the heritage of peace, of justice, and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm actually kind of glad that Commissioner Coronado is not here today because we would have had words about who has the best tamales in El Paso County. But I am here to say unequivocally that it is La Tapatia that has the best tamales in El Paso County. So
I'm a very huge fan myself.
good. All right.
Our city is blessed with incredible gourmet food. It just really is.
Yes, yes. Well, thank you all for your commitment to the Isleta community and for your family always showing us how important it is to give back to that community. So thank you all. If we could have you all come up and we can take a photo.
Item number 5N, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing September 22nd, 2025 as Massing of the Colors Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Okay, I know I promised that my last resolution had already gone, but in the absence of Commissioner Coronado, who sponsored this resolution, in the absence of the judge, I've been asked to go ahead and read this one into the record as well, and I'm honored to be able to do so. So we have Mr. Thaxton. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, David. So it goes, the resolution states, whereas the Greater El Paso chapter of the Military Order of the World Wars will conduct its 46th annual changing of the national and organization colors on September 22nd, 2025 at the El Paso Community College in El Paso, Texas. And whereas this year, 2025, celebrates the 106th anniversary of the order. And whereas the massing of the colors is a ceremony that dates from 1922 and is a patriotic ceremony that encourages citizens to rededicate our faith in the colors of the United States of America. And whereas General of the Army's John J. Blackjack Pershing founded the Military Order of the World Wars in 1919, and whereas General Pershing was stationed at Fort Bliss from 1914 to 1917, where he led the expedition into Mexico against Pancho Villa. And whereas the massing of the colors is designed to show our united support of service members, past and present, whom those colors represent, to defend the honor, integrity, and supremacy of our national government and the Constitution of the United States. And whereas the massing of the colors is designed to represent all branches of the armed forces, ROTC, JROTC, veteran, civic, law enforcement, patriotic, fraternal organizations, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and our Gold Star mothers, Gold Star families, Gold Star wives, and military widows. And now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize Saturday, September 22nd, 2025 to be Massing of the Colors Day in El Paso County, and further celebrate the contributions of the El Paso chapter of the Military Order to the El Paso community upon the 106th anniversary of its founding, signed this 22nd day of September 2025, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout, a second from Commissioner Holguin. Voting is open. Judge Samaniego and Commissioner Coronado are absent. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Thaxton. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
we don't have more of our members here today. We usually have a contingent, but our current commander and the project chairman both had conflicts this morning. And had I known what time they would get on, I could have called them and they might have been able to be here. But thank you very much. We appreciate this. This is an annual event. And several of you, I know the judge and Commissioner Stout, you've been there before. Commissioner Coronado's been there before. And such, we invite you to come out this Saturday at 1 o'clock for the event. And it will involve a lot of different color guards from veteran organizations, Boy Scouts, Scouts and ROTC, junior ROTC. I believe the Sheriff's Department will be there. I know the Police Department and the Fire Department will be there and such. And it's a moving event if you've never been there before and such. So thank you very much for this. And we'd love to have one of you attend and read the resolution as part of our program at that time.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Thaxton, first of all, for your service to the country in your military service, and also your service to this community over so many years, and being involved in the order and keeping this tradition alive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to break for lunch? I know that we have item 7A. Do we want to do public comment before we break for lunch?
It's up to the court. I do believe some of the members for public comment have left because we thought it would be after lunch.
Okay.
But there may be members in the audience who'd like to comment now.
Okay,
So we
but
could do it now and after lunch if you'd like.
we still have to do general public comment too as well, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Right.
That'll take me a few minutes to set up.
So we can do general public comment before we break for lunch, and then we'll break for lunch and we'll take this item and so that way the folks that have left will have time to come back and be able to participate.
Perfect.
Okay.
It's going to take me a few minutes.
Okay.
Would you like to go ahead and start with the folks here for item 7A? The general public comment he needs to set up.
Okay.
We weren't ready for it.
So Caesar, he's saying let comments on 7A be after lunch.
Okay.
But if they signed up to comment in general public comment, he'd do that one now?
We don't, is anybody here to speak in regular public comment? Okay. We have people online that Miguel has to set up. They
Okay,
have
so
not
we'll
been
just
called
wait
in.
just a couple minutes for that?
Okay.
Yeah, we can knock that out and then we'll go to lunch. Thank you.
Okay, I believe the first one is Elizabeth Crawford.
Okay. Item number 6 is public comment. Our first speaker is Mrs. Elizabeth Crawford. I'd just like to remind speakers that public comment is limited to 5 minutes. Everybody is being timed. Thank you. Ms. Crawford?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. God's word, the Apostle Paul wrote in Romans chapter 1, "For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation to everyone that believes, to the Jew first, and also to the Greek, to the Gentile." I'd like to speak briefly about this past weekend, the memorial service that probably most of us watched. In the 1970s and 1980s, a group got together to form what was called the Moral Majority. Spearheaded by a group of televangelists and evangelicals, they sought to merge in others to form a large conservative voting bloc. They indeed succeeded in their goal. I was a child at the time, and I clearly remember our then President Ronald Reagan and his declaration, 1983 is the year of the Bible. Evangelicals, for the most part, were excited and almost giddy that the leader of our nation was endorsing the evangelical agenda. My dad, who often stood against the crowd out of conscience, once again was compelled to take a stand. When our little church in my hometown, where my dad was a leader, they have prepared packets to share the gospel with our city, adorned with the literature and declaration that 1983 is declared the year of the Bible. My dad stood up and spoke out. We have no business entwining ourselves with this movement. It's an ecumenical movement, broadly inclusive of others who do not preach the gospel. No, no, 1,000 times no, my dad said in our little church. In our day, some of us have been struggling with something similar with the MAGA movement. As almost all of us probably watched a good chunk of Charlie Kirk's memorial service yesterday, I was moved to both rejoicing and grieving. On the one hand, I was very concerned at how closely Christians were aligning themselves with non-Christians, to the point that non-Christians were posing as Christians and quoting all these Bible verses. It's very, very dangerous as it muddies the waters of the clarity of God's word. At the same time, I take deep comfort in the sovereignty of God over it all. And the Apostle Paul says he also had both types of people working to spread the gospel, those who genuinely love Christ and those who had jumped on the bandwagon for selfish motives. Paul wrote these words, "Whether in pretense or in truth, Christ is preached, and therein I rejoice, yea, and I will rejoice." USA Today tells us that several weeks back, our President, Donald Trump, referring to his attempts to end the Russia-Ukraine war, made the statement that if he could be the one responsible for saving thousands of lives each week, that would be good for him when he one day meets his maker. As he's been told, he's at the bottom of the totem pole for getting to heaven. May God open the eyes and the mouths of those who truly do know and love Christ and who have been so vocal for conservative values to love this president enough not to simply fawn over him and flatter him, but to love him enough to speak to him absolute truth, the words of our Lord Jesus Christ. May true Christians rise up and speak boldly on our land that the only way for Donald Trump or any person anywhere in the world is not to somehow better themselves by biblical values or conservative agendas to earn favor with God, but to fall upon the mercy of the Savior, the only one who fully accomplished the will of the God of heaven. The Apostle Paul boldly preached the gospel, Christ crucified, risen, and coming again. And he wrote, "For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it's the power of God unto salvation to everyone that believes." Thank you so much. Hope you have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, the next person we have is Mr. Conrad Guevara.
Yes, good afternoon. Am I on?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. I want to preface my comment by simply saying that I was not particularly a fan of Charlie Kirk. I did watch enough of his full debates to have a fairly good understanding of his positions on many of the topics. And I'm just here to express my deep disappointment with Commissioner Stout's remarks during last week's public comment session about Charlie Kirk. While I appreciate the Commissioner offering condolences to Mr. Kirk's family, which I think we can all share, his characterization of Mr. Kirk as someone who profited from hateful ideology was, in my view, very short-sighted, unfair, and it doesn't reflect the diverse perspectives of his constituents. This characterization alienates El Paso residents who believe in Charlie Kirk's mission and hold conservative views. As an elected official, Commissioner Stout has a responsibility to model informed and respectful discourse, and I believe his comments fell short of that standard. Charlie Kirk was a figure who took very strong stances on polarizing topics. There's no question about that. As the founder of Turning Point USA, he built a platform engaging millions on issues like free speech, economic policy, and cultural values. His Change My Mind campus events invited open debate, encouraging young people to challenge ideas directly, a practice I believe our community should value. Yet Commissioner Stout's assessment seems to rely on short 10 to 30-second social media clips which often strip away vital context. Kirk's full debates available on platforms like YouTube show him engaging with diverse viewpoints, even when controversial. Reducing his career to hateful ideology ignores this broader context and dismisses the thousands of El Pasoans who, like me, see value in his call for open dialogue. I acknowledge the topics Mr. Kirk discussed were controversial. His comments on immigration or even his critiques on DEI programs sparked strong criticism. But judging him solely on sound bites risks oversimplifying a very complex figure. These are tough issues we need to talk through to find solutions. His challenging debate style on such issues fostered critical discourse our society needs more of. He didn't hate those he disagreed with, who disagreed with his beliefs. Rather, he sought to persuade his opponents to live better lives. He wanted to help young people recognize dysfunctional thoughts in their own lives so they could live happier, more fulfilling ones. His estimated $12 million net worth built through TPUSA, speaking engagements, and media reflects his ability to mobilize a conservative base, not as some might claim a direct product of white supremacist systems. There's no evidence ties his income explicitly to white supremacist systems or groups, and suggesting otherwise without proof is not only unfair, it's absurd. A fuller examination of his work, including hours-long debates of free speech or economic policy, reveals a commitment to ideas that deserves more than snap judgments. As a resident of El Paso County, I expect our leaders to represent all of us, not just those who share their views. Commissioner Stout's remarks do not speak for me or many others who value fairness and context in public discourse. El Paso is a diverse community strengthened by respectful disagreement, not division fueled by incomplete portrayals. When an elected official makes such pointed critiques in a public forum, especially during a moment of condolence, it undermines our shared commitment to unity and understanding. I urge Commissioner Stout to reconsider his approach and engage with the full scope of a public figure's work beyond social media snippets before passing judgment. I also ask this court to foster dialogue that reflects the complexity of public figures and issues, rather than perpetuating polarized narratives. Let's model the kind of discourse that encourages El Pasoans to engage thoughtfully, seek context, and respect differing perspectives. I believe we can do better to honor our community's values of fairness and inclusion. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak this afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
That completes all the speakers for public comment.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and recess for lunch. Come back at 1:40.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:40 p.m.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura. Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos. Que empiece el verano. Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura. Bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente,
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait It varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog. And then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura. Bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. You gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Yeah. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura. Bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Go ahead.
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:44 p.m. We are on item number 7A, County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action pertaining to HB 718 and the County Tax Assessor's Office.
Okay. Just real quick, the judge is back, and also want the record to reflect that we have Commissioner Coronado on virtually now.
Afternoon, everybody.
Judge, Commissioners, we are going to ask the court to pull this item into executive session, but before you do that, you have several members of the public here to speak for public comment on this
Sure.
item. Would you like to hear that public comment first?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Coronado.
Thank you, Judge. Nice to see you all.
First up, we have Mr. Eduardo Anaya. And I'd like to remind speakers that public comment is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Everybody's being timed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Eduardo Anaya. I am the owner of Anaya Motors. And I have the privilege of speaking to you today on behalf of more than 750 licensed dealers here in El Paso County. These businesses, large and small, are vital contributors to our local economy. Today, a portion of our dealer community is present to represent the hundreds that could not attend due to the capacity restrictions. We are here because House Bill 718 has created a significant challenge not only for dealers, but also for the county itself. In the last 2 months alone, 10 dealers who shared their data reported a combined $208,000 in uncollected tax revenue in the last month. That said, we also have other dealers here locally who were not counted in that, but let alone themselves have not collected more than $300,000 in uncollected tax revenue. Statistically, this means that the county has already lost on collecting hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of dollars in tax funds and that are essential to daily operations and to the many initiatives that funds support across the county. The cause is not bad faith, but lack of resources. Dealers were usually tasked with responsibilities that the county had managed for decades. Yet we received minimal training and support. At the same time, the County Tax Assessor's Office was not equipped with the speed, staffing, and training needed to handle this transition effectively. We recognize that there are areas where our industry must improve. We are willing to do our part. We're willing to do the training. We're willing to continue, having this open communication with you all. But this is a shared challenge between us dealers and the county that requires close collaboration. Without swift action, El Paso risks further revenue losses that could harm not only businesses, but also county programs and services that residents depend on every day. So today, our ask is very simple, that you, Judge, Commissioners, support El Paso's local economy by ensuring the Tax Assessor's Office receives the resources and backing it needs to fulfill this new duty. By doing so, you will not only help stabilize an industry that employs thousands, but it also protects the financial health for the county itself. We are here in good faith, committed to working with you towards a solution that benefits both the dealer community and the people of El Paso. Thank you and for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next, we have Mr. Luis Fierro.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon,
Welcome.
Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'm here trying to be the voice of many of our partners that are here. We, like Mr. Eduardo Anaya said, we limited this so we wouldn't crowd your court. Every dealer here, we all face the same situation. We're having problems in the way we conduct our business on a daily basis. It might be something insignificant as not being able to obtain the registration and the sticker to the vehicle, but for us, it's a major impact. Every dealer behind me has a paper with a number. This is the number, and everybody please show your number. This is the amount of money that's on our bank account that belongs to the city for taxes. Me alone is $6,957. I have two dealers here with a major impact. $134,166, $9,000 over there. I have $201,000 in Mr. Torres Day's account. That money is money that belongs to the city, and we're not able to surrender in a timely manner. Not only that we don't get the registration on time, we also get a 5% fee added to this amount. 5% of $200,000 of $100,000 in late fees is a lot of money. We've lost 3 business partners already. We lost Urbina Motors, we lost Continental Motors, and Parral Auto since July 1st that this was implied. They could not satisfy their their floor plan credit lines, so their floor plans closed them down. Most of the dealers here are scared. We're all scared that we could lose our businesses due to this. Not only we're losing our business, we are losing our entire way of means of living, and our homes are the guarantee on those loans. Many of the dealers here present that have those credit lines, if you do not satisfy your loans, your home is in jeopardy. That is what concerns all of the dealers here. Other than the 5% fee that we pay, we've already lost the reputation that we had as a good faith businesses. People no longer have trust in us. That they think that it's our fault that we're not getting the registrations on a timely manner. Our sales have significantly been cut over half for the fact that we lost the trust. The word is going around that, oh, don't buy from the dealers. They cannot get your registration. You cannot go to Juarez. The military is avoiding everybody in Alameda because they cannot go into base without the sticker. So it's a major impact, and we please beg you. We've read the email that Commissioner Holguín made public, stating there that of the 300 of the 700 dealers took the training. I've spoken to many of the dealers. Many dealers hold 2 or 3 licenses, so that number may be a little bit off. They only sign up for one dealer license, but they have multiple licenses incrementing that amount. Having only 4 title clerks for 750 dealers, it's something that if you make the equation on it, it is not favorable. For employees, for 750 dealers, submitting 3 deals per day, it's a load that they can't work on. So we please ask you to please reconsider the help to the tax collectors issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else that would like to speak to this item? Mr. Gonzalez?
If you like, or we could go into executive, or...
I can wait either way.
Yeah, I just want to, I've been very public about how impressed I am with the professionalism and the patience, and I know exactly what you're going through, but I'm just very impressed how you've tried to work with us and make sure that we're working together as a team to solve this. I don't know what I could say. This is only in El Paso. I think we would have this kind of like I got interviewed and they said that the dealers were protesting, and I said, it doesn't seem to me, it's, hey, we want to work this out. We want to get to the details, and because I don't want the community to think that not know everything that you've done in your side, and we're trying to do the best that we can on our side, but I think coming together is going to be very, hopefully that we could continue to solve things. But Mr. Gonzalez, you want to go ahead and...
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners,
For the record, my name is Ruben Gonzalez, and I serve as County Tax Assessor Collector. I have just a couple of comments to make because I've already kind of shared this with you in the past. But I want to go back to a week ago today. I came before you last Monday, and I reported to you that over the previous weekend, I had 18 trained clerks work on Saturday, and we already had in the queue over 5,000 transactions. We had like 5,800 transactions in the queue that I could not work. That crew of mine, on that one day, they worked over 1,700 transactions. What I didn't know at the time until this week, for that one day of collections, I collected $2.2 million for those 1,700 transactions. Majority of that money is sales tax money that goes to the state, but it also is money that eventually comes back to us immediately or a year later, because for every sales tax collection that I get, we keep at the end of the day 5% of that amount. In the last 2 or 3 years, the commission for that account has risen from $5 million a year to $6 million and now $7 million because I've trained personnel to know when to collect the tax. And by law, that money goes to the county general fund every year when I get the credit from the comptrollers. So I wanted to share with you the volume of money that I collected that one day, and those transactions represent 1/3 of what I had backlogged. So as of this morning, I have over 5,000 transactions in the queue with 3, possibly 4 clerks working those transactions. I need personnel so that I can train them and they become efficient so they can do the work correctly, not only for the dealer community, but for the public. So it is very serious right now. I am trying to, based on what I hear today, right now my immediate emergency is to address the calamity that these dealers are facing, because I need to help them, because they are my constituents, and I think they are your constituents also. So I would think that this is an important issue that needs to be addressed. El Paso is not alone. Harris County is way behind. Dallas County is way behind. Bexar County is way behind. Travis County is way behind. So we're not alone, but they're all having trouble because of the guidelines that the state has established, new guidelines, stricter guidelines, because they're trying to identify and prevent fraud. Because this was the basis of this law change, because of the fraudulent use of paper dealer tags and paper temporary permits. So I sincerely hope that you listen to the community, because this affects, we have, as of this week or the last week, we have over 770 dealers on our books, and they contribute to the vehicle inventory tax. We collect millions of dollars for this industry. So those numbers are important. Maybe you don't know about them, but I do. And I collect millions of dollars on behalf of this county, not only for the state, but for the county alone. Whether it's registration money, vehicle inventory tax money, registration, title fees, things of that nature, plus, which I don't get credit on, is the 68A inspections where we identify stolen vehicles, stolen recovered vehicles, and plus the commission fee that we get during property tax season. And remember, payment statements are going to go out middle of next month. The community likes to come to my 7 office locations and pay their property taxes. That is going to change. You're going to have difficulty during Christmas. So you need to be aware of the situation based on your vote and your consideration of how you're placing the community without services that I am supposed to, by law, collect and deal with and serve the community. Okay? Thank you very much.
Betsy, one of the things that to me is very important is that sometimes that sounds like as if we're not doing anything. And I want to just make sure that we are responding to a lot of the items, but sometimes we should have a relationship with Mr. Gonzalez as one, not as one opposed to him. So I just want to make sure that it doesn't sound as if we're just not doing anything or we're not trying anything. I think we've gone over and above trying to address some of these issues, and from the hourly, I mean, paying overtime to all of these other things. But Betsy, could you sort of take us up to speed as to what we've done at this point from our side, from hearing, just to make sure that there's a real balance of.
Sure, Judge. There are several things that we've been doing for years, actually, to recommend to help Mr. Gonzalez with efficiency in his office. We have recommended everything from changing his hours, doing shift work, to using temporary employees to help address the backlog. We've also reached out to other counties to ask what they did to prepare, because we're not hearing of these same backlogs in several of the other counties. They talked to us about what they were doing to prepare for this change. We've also recommended considering bringing on some temporary staff to help supplement his current staff until the backlog is addressed. We've recommended asking for hiring freeze, waiting period waivers through our process, which I don't think we've received those requests yet from Mr. Gonzalez. We've also recommended requesting overtime to pay his employees overtime to be able to work additional hours, either daily or on the weekends, which he did do the one Saturday, but I don't believe he did it through overtime request. But there's a process at the county for any department in a situation where they have a backlog to request overtime to pay their employees on a as-needed basis for something like this backlog. We also worked with his office recently to reclassify 3 vacant positions, I believe, to this area. So instead of having 4 staff doing this review, there would be 7 staff dedicated to doing this review and also to helping with training for the dealers. Another suggestion we had was, I believe we discussed with Mr. Gonzalez, was to notify all of the dealer community of what the common errors we're seeing that slow down the transactions, so that all of you could be aware and watch for those specific errors on your own applications in the system. I think we had talked about Mr. Gonzalez putting out a newsletter or an email to the group every week with the top 5 errors from the previous week. I don't know if that's happened yet, but that was another suggestion we've given to Mr. Gonzalez as well. And we've also analyzed the number of staff in our tax office versus the number of dealers and the number of transactions compared to the other large counties. And we actually have found there's even some counties with more dealers with less staff. But we continue to work with that type of information and the suggestions. Some of the suggestions, even besides the web dealer that we've had over the years, is doing shift work, so that there's hours that could be either specifically for dealers, specifically for fleets, specifically so that you address some of the larger demands without the common flow of normal everyday customers coming in to register their vehicles. Those are some of the examples of the things that we've been doing to work with Mr. Gonzalez over a lot of time. The other thing that is, if Mr. Gonzalez was to request positions, he really needs to, just like any department, needs to submit the justification to explain. We've also done time and motion studies, which would help him be able to say for every registration, it takes this long and on average, and I have this many people who do this many, to make the case for additional staffing. So those are the types of things that would be required, and that we've worked with Mr. Gonzalez over time to try to address.
The one that saw was very important is you finding out what was it that on your side, like what are some of the errors that are being committed over and over. One of the things that we did request, I remember that was one of the key items, was this idea of not identifying an error instead of identifying all the errors. And you remember that we had that discussion about
Yes.
they go back to you and say, okay, you have this error. Then you bring it back, they find another error, so that puts you back on the back of the line again. So I'm hoping that one, that one's more on Mr. Gonzalez's side to make sure that, I know it takes some time, but I think it takes less time to tell you these are the 5 errors and sort of guarantee that if you get those 5 errors, they're not going to find one more error to put you back in the line. So this communication of letting you know what are some of the things that are taking place, what are some of the errors that are happening, I think that's going to be a big part of it, and of course the personnel, because we want to make sure that we've always known in throwing people at a problem is not always the solution. It's getting the right people trained properly and making sure that we do what needs to happen. But I just wanted, as you saw from Betsy, we are trying to do as much as we can from our end, and we'll continue to do that. We just need to make sure, I just don't want it to sound like us against Mr. Gonzalez or us against, it shouldn't be like that, because I'm getting more cooperation from the dealers in them understanding, and I'd like to see the same thing between the office and ourselves as well, that we sort of work with each other. Betsy?
Yes, sir. And also, that's another point too. We also would like to see what could be done in the office to help address happy employees are productive employees. And I just think there's things that we could possibly do with his team to try to address the work environment to make it even more attractive, to try to minimize leave that employees may be taking. Maybe also try to, like I'm talking about voluntary or unplanned leave that would help increase the staff hours. And then also what we can do to retain the trained employees. We've also studied who are the most efficient employees by transaction time and numbers in his department, and making sure that those employees are being used as models for training other employees for efficiency. We evaluated transactions per office and made recommendations on where to assign, maybe where more staff could be pulled from. Some of this has changed because some of the office locations have changed since the pandemic. We closed a couple offices. I believe one of them is back open, but the other one, I believe, is still closed. So looking at what we could do for the staff that was assigned to that office, where they've been moved to where the most transactions are, things of that nature. And I do think we have a study
I've been insisting that the
going now.
private agencies also, that we don't forget about them, because I know there was a comment that they were not well trained, and so they're more of a problem. And I can't believe that. I mean, if they can pitch in, and we could include them in the training, we can include them to get them on board. That's one more element that I think that we need to consider. So what we'll do is we're going to go into executive session. Oh, yes. Yeah, go ahead if you want to. Mr. Mancera, if you want to.
Good afternoon. My name's Ray Mancera. I'm here standing before you as a taxpayer. And I hear what each entity, not only the county commissioners court and the dealers are asking. I'd like to be very simple and to the point. I'm going to try not to make it too smooth here. Your hands are tied to a large extent, Commissioners Court, because you fund the money, but you have an elected official that oversees their domain. They're the king and queen, whoever they may be. They need to manage their entity. And I'm just sitting here amazed at how we have lost several businesses as a result of bureaucracy. And it's nothing, if something was imposed upon the counties in the transactions of the sale of vehicles, especially used, yeah, I think everybody's at fault for not understanding the process. But if you see something come down the line, and this is your domain, you need to prepare your constituency, in this case, the dealers, and saying this is what's going on. So I think that I love the comments by Betsy Keller. I think she's being diplomat in trying to be very nice and make sure that she hits all the right spots. But people have to realize that the reality is that the county, they have elected officials, and those are the ones that are ultimately responsible. In the city, it's a different beast. It's a different situation where they are, you've got the city manager, and they manage everything, and they know what to do when somebody's not performing. So I like the fact that they're here, that they had the guts and the courage to come and speak directly, because they had no alternative. They had no choice. But I like also the fact that Mr. Gonzalez was willing to recognize that he needs to work with them, because it is shocking that they have to have these transactions and that they're not being done in a timely manner. A lot can be done from a business point of view. So as a taxpayer, I want to make sure that not only the county's participates, or rather works efficiently, but also to make sure that that they're responsive to the community, not only to the taxpayer, but also to the business community. Because when there's a problem, the victim is the buyer, or the buyer, because they want to get that car going. And throughout the nation, the largest investment is a home, and the second one is a vehicle. You have now 2, 3, 4 vehicles in a family. In El Paso, I would venture to say that forget about the home. They're actually renting, so the vehicle becomes the largest investment. So they need to be able to drive around, get to work, and they're not able to get the documentation in a timely manner, so that they don't get in violation of the sheriff or the police. So it's a domino effect that's being held here. But I could see you all saying, well, what can we do other than 5 of you all go down there and help? Yeah, we're not asking that. But I think you need to have a real serious powwow with all the powers to be, and saying, what do you need for us to help you, so that we can help the businesses that are hurting right now. Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Ray's acting on his own, but he's, LULAC has always been very, he's vice president of LULAC, and so he's also very conscientious about small businesses. So thank you for that, Ray. Thank you. Betsy, we'll go into executive, and then we'll come back and let you know what took place.
And
Yes,
Judge-
sir. Well, just a second. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge. Here. We have a dealership, RZ Truck Sales and CNZ Truck Sales. Rodrigo Samonset. We sell semi-trucks, commercial trucks. My clients, they can't work without registrations. We're taking between 15 days all the way to 45 days. So they're pretty much buying a truck, 40,000 truck, and not able to work. So the thing that I'm asking is for a fastest process to gather those registrations. I've been getting probably 5 or 6 threats for my customers. They want to sue me, so I have no idea what to do. It's been tough, to be honest. We just need a fastest way. My clients, like I mentioned, we sell semi-trucks. It's the same process, but I mean, they can't work with no registrations. So I'm not too sure if we could do something else for the commercial side in the vehicle side. I know it's pretty much the same thing, but I mean, my customers, they can't work with no registrations. Just need a fastest process.
Thank you.
so much.
Appreciate every one of you, or your time. Thank you. Okay, Jessica, you want to send us off to?
Judge, if I may?
Yes.
I also wanted to mention, when the court goes into executive session, you have several items planned in executive session. So I don't know that the court will be prepared to discuss and come out on this item, probably at the earliest 4 p.m. Because you have interviews starting at about 2:20. So I just wanted to make the public aware that when the court goes into executive session, you're going to discuss several items. And you probably will not be finished with executive session until somewhere between 3:30 and 4.
And you don't recommend that we just take this item and come back?
Well, in 6 minutes, you have interviews starting.
What are thoughts?
I hate to inconvenience people further, but we do need, the UMC interviews are set time.
The whole thing, okay. Well, I mean, we hate to do this, but at least you know the amount of time. So you're thinking,
I think by the time you discuss this item and conduct interviews and one other item, it'll be close to 4 p.m.
okay, so then we'll, for your information another option would be to come through, those that are busy that could come through Zoom at that time.
Yes, they could come through on Teams.
And join us through Zoom, if that would help you. I just would hate to delay even more time for you to wait till 4 o'clock, but unfortunately, that's a situation at this time. Okay, thank you.
Are we going into executive? We haven't.
Could we please have a motion from the court to move the discussion of this item 7A into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 to discuss and receive legal advice concerning communications to the County Tax Assessor's Office pertaining to HB 718, the 88th Legislature. That was a motion by Commissioner Holguín.
And second by
Commissioner Stout. Voting is open.
Aye.
Commissioner? Judge?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Coronado? You're muted, sir.
I vote aye. I vote aye.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Commissioners, court will now recess
Mr. Nava,
into...
sorry,
oh,
Caesar. Eric Rosales-Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. Could we also, if you don't mind, have the motions to postpone item 8A and delete item 8C if you don't? 8B and C.
We have,
I'm sorry.
8B,
Yes.
to postpone item 8B.
Thank you.
And delete 8C.
8C,
Just a
yes, sir.
moment. Delete 8C and postpone item 8B. Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Stout, a second from Commissioner Butler. Voting is open.
I vote aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Stout? Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Commissioners, court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 8A, 8D, 8E, and item 7A pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.087, and 551.074. Commissioners' Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 2:18 p.m.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura. Bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog. And then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. But you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios tanto físicos como mentales es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. You gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano pues, rito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it, like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. Yeah. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth. And what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura. Bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte, si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock, starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. And you gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 4:47 p.m. We are on item 7A, County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action pertaining to HB 718, 88th session, and the County Tax Assessor's Office.
I just placed the call for Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Miguel.
He's on.
Mr. Gonzalez, are you online? Mr. Gonzalez, you're muted. Are you able to hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Gonzalez, the judge and commissioners would like to follow up and ask you some questions about this item. Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So just a little bit of a preference. One of the things we've identified is that there's certain things that have been discussed, and then we're not sure we could say they've happened or not happened. And I think one of the things that we have to do very quickly today is sort of identify, these are some of the things that were suggested. Where are we at that particular point? I would like to start off, first of all, by one of the things that we thought was very important is the continued communication between Mr. Gonzalez and the dealers to make sure that if there's something that they've identified, that they don't have to worry about making that mistake again when we know it's been happening. So the communication back and forth was really, really important. And obviously, I'm not only going to ask a question as to where we are with that, but also that it's continued, that there's a really strong relationship and communication between Mr. Gonzalez and all the dealers to make sure that we're aligned properly, that if we identify something, worst thing you could do is identify something and it keeps happening because it hasn't been communicated. So the question I have, Mr. Gonzalez, is that we had asked about this idea of identifying with the dealers what are the top, say, 5 errors that are being committed, and whether or not was that communicated to them, or you continue to communicate to them what are the top 5 errors that have been taking place?
We haven't come out and identified the reasons, Judge, because a lot of them are repetitive, and some dealers are doing a good job, some dealers are not. So after this conversation, I can initiate a weekly report that can go out to all the dealers and tell them what we're seeing. Now, I know there was some commentary about consistency, and we've tried to identify that every time we talk to the dealer community. Now, our conversation with the dealer community is only dealing pretty much with the used car dealers. The new car dealers, they adjust. They do have concerns about not processing it quickly, but we can work on the questions and we can provide them. I can provide them to the dealers weekly. The problem with that is communication. If we send a blast out to all of them, we don't know who receives them and who doesn't. So I need to have some type of a point of contact so that they can, it can be communicated 100%. But as far as letting them know, yes, sir, we can do that.
Okay. Could I have someone, do you mind coming up here?
Yes, sir.
Like, well, what we need your help, for example, is that something that would be helpful to you if there's this constant communication? Hey, these are the errors, these are what we're seeing. Would that be helpful? And then secondly, from Mr. Gonzalez, what would be the best way to communicate that information quickly and that you're comfortable that everybody got it? Do you have an idea?
Yes, I do, actually. I've been working on a program like this. We actually have a WhatsApp group. I got about 206 members of today. Mr. Gonzalez is being really clear and transparent about what's going on. Any memos, any training, anything has to be done, he emails it to me within a few seconds. I post it on the group and it's helping. Mr. Gonzalez he's been trying to put his part. He's been really helpful. As a group, we also took the initiative that we have about 25 clerks that are really experienced. So whenever someone has a question about a title, about a repetitive stuff that goes on there, I tell them, hey, if you have a doubt, before you send it on Web Dealer, snap a picture, ask. And it's been helping. I could say we've at least saved about 50 rejections in the past week from them being rejected because other people kick in and tell them, hey, you know what, you're wrong on your weight, you're wrong on your classification. So I mean, we've been implementing that to help that WhatsApp group open about 2-3 weeks ago, and since day one, we've been helping with the reduction of rejections.
Well, that's excellent, and I keep saying that you guys are trying everything to make this work. So when someone says something, or they can actually ask in the chat group,
yes, the group.
Hey, I've got this. Is this a problem? Is this would be?
Yes.
How many would we miss out on? What percentage from what you already have? Is there any way to try to get everybody else in
day by day it's growing. We're getting the word out there, and every day it grows 5, 6, 10 members. I mean, we're getting there.
Oh, excellent.
We're getting there. We're trying to make the group bigger. I mean, it's hard to have a big crowd, but I mean, we're working with it and we're learning day by day.
Okay.
So Mr. Gonzalez he's been helping us rely on the information we posted on there. Mr. Gonzalez told us about the training on October 10th, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to have a training in English in the morning, Spanish in the afternoon. I mean, we're getting the word out there. Everything that is going on there, we're trying to push it, because like Mr. Gonzalez stated right now, when he does a mass email sending, people don't even read their emails.
Oh, that's excellent.
So,
Because
I
I
mean,
think
this way
at
it's a little
the
bit more.
beginning, what maybe we missed out a little bit is trying to get everybody to get ready for what was going to happen, and we didn't have that reach. But we
Yes.
can forget about that time, and now I think that's going to be very important that whatever thing that they can catch to let you know, one less mistake, I think that's going to be a big component of that.
Yes, and like I said, we're asking for the help at this time because we're selling at 25%, for example. Come income tax season, when we are selling at 100%. Personally, my dealer right now is selling about 5 to 10 cars a month. It's been slowing down. We've been losing customers. Come January, February, I'm selling about 120 cars a month. So it's going to go, I mean, from 10 cars a month to 120. It's going to pile up, and then we're trying to train everybody. We're trying to get this resources now, so by the time that we hit that time, those employees are already trained and ready to go.
Excellent. Thank you for anticipating that, because I feel comfortable that taking the volume down is going to be one of the big things that can help us and be able to do things more in a normal way than having that volume over us. So, Commissioner Butler?
Real quick, Judge, can we, I think we also wanted to, kind of along those lines, when it comes to the errors, Mr. Tax Assessor, what is being done or what can be done to make sure that, if there's an error that's detected and it's sent back, and then they detect another error, and instead of having like 2 or 3 times where there's like back and forth and people are having to wait 30 to 45 days to be able to get the title, what are we doing to be able to reduce that wait time and make sure that we catch all the errors the first time and save that time?
Yeah, and thank you for that, because that was very, very important that they identified that as one of the most frustrating of being told there was an error and then sending it back and they find another error. Is there any way, Mr. Gonzalez, that you could say, okay, we've read everything, these are the 5 errors, or is there a reason that can't happen?
Judge, I heard you this morning, and one of the reasons why the dealership community thinks that we're not thorough, I want to make that point clear to everybody in the audience. We do a thorough review of the transaction. The problem is with programming. The way the state has the rejection area filled out, we can only put 1 or 2, possibly 3 reasons why it's being returned. If there's more, it doesn't allow, the programming doesn't allow us to add the extra reasons. So we send a transaction back to get it corrected. They'll correct 1 or 2 of the ones that we identified, but the rest of the reasons that we could not identify because of programming, they come back, and then we still have to follow through and complete the corrections on the 5 or 6, 7 items that are noticed by the examiner. That's why it appears that we're not being thorough, but we are. It's a programming issue.
Is there a way though to, maybe advise the dealer that, look, we can only talk about, we can only put 3 into the program, but there's actually 7, and these are the additional errors, obviously not using the program because you're limited. Is there a way that you can actually make that contact with the dealer and let them know outside of the program so that they can send it back completely corrected and you're not having to do that again?
Have an email, or it'll be, Mr. Gonzalez, if you could send like an email or provide a phone number where we could call to get the additional, that'll be kind of helpful. If they cannot attach the complete, because I know that it's a limited amount of characters in that little screen that we get. It's not much. I mean, if we could get an email or you know what, call this clerk and they're going to explain the rest, that could also help.
Or could there be like code numbers, like if it's box 3, 7, 8, 10, 12?
They do that, but they do run out of space. I've had a couple that, they abbreviate, and I do have like a hard time trying to figure it out until you're playing context clues, finding out. So they do their best, but they do run out of space. So an email from the clerks, it'd be time consuming, but it will help. Or I'll call you. You know what? I'm rejecting this for this matter. I couldn't put it on there, but make sure that you fix it.
That would be a good suggestion, Commissioner Stout, but you have to realize it's going to take a body to do that, and somebody that's trained that can explain why it's being returned. And again, that's what I'm missing. I'm missing people for that position to be able to dedicate the time to respond to each person that calls. And we examine a lot of transactions, so that person would be spending a lot of time calling each dealer, explaining it, and then having it returned, and then look at it, understand it, and resubmit it again. So it would take 1 or 2 bodies to be able to do that with the volume of work that we get, or send an email like Luisa's suggesting. It could be possible. It would take somebody to do that, and I don't have that right now.
On the other hand, by not doing that, you're creating more problems going forward. So
yes, sir.
I think if we, I think it's more difficult, but I could see them returning them back and then rejecting it again might even take more time to do that.
And sending out the email.
Sending out the email.
It sounds to me like this specific problem, like you said, Judge, requires maybe upfront resources, but could save a lot of efficiencies in the long term for this issue. But on that note, Mr. Gonzalez, I understand that you have access to hiring temporary staff
which I think could be useful in at least some of these short-term issues, via a temp agency, which the county makes available, or through our county temp pool. Have you considered hiring?
No, ma'am. I am not contemplating hiring temps because it's a waste of time. Our challenges are very challenging because we have to explain title law, registration law, motor vehicle sales tax law. It takes time to understand it. The temps are not going to be able to comprehend the concept, the application, the fee structure. It's just, and then the data entry to understand the screens. It's time consuming to have somebody train them. So that's not, it's not feasible. I need somebody that'll be dedicated, has some investment in the position, and wants to learn. I'm not contemplating temps because we wasted times before, and they don't stay with us long.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that that is a resource that is available to you at this exact time when we have an urgent situation.
Yeah, and to dovetail off of that, if you just need somebody to send an email that has the additional, like the issues that we're talking about right now, that has the additional problems, that seems to me like a temp would be it would be very easy to hire a temp to be able to sit next to whomever, or, is finding the errors and shoot out that email if you actually need that additional staff to do that, right? If that's what you're asking for.
And not only that, but that may be a good source of finding future workers for other vacancies that you have. Hiring through the temp agency may help you identify people who actually you want to invite to become a permanent member of your team. So I don't think that you should discount the temp agency option completely, because it may really turn into permanent positions in the future. And even if you hire new staff, you're going to have to train them the exact same way you would be training the temp employees anyway. That training is going to have to occur no matter what. But some of these temp pool employees could turn into permanent employees in the future. So it would be an investment that your office would be making. And then going back to trying to address the backlog, another resource that you have available, that the county is making available to you, is also the approval of overtime for your staff, specifically to deal with this backlog issue. I think eventually we're going to get to the point where things are going to level out and we're not going to be dealing with this massive backlog, but we do need to get rid of the backlog now. And so overtime, funds for overtime are currently available. There is a process that has to be followed for you to request that ability to use overtime, but Ms. Keller has already mentioned that that is not an issue. As long as you can make the request, we'll approve the overtime for you. I know you were really successful with that Saturday event where you had a lot of your staff members come in, and I think you told us you processed like 1,700 applications in that one day. I mean, that's wonderful. That was great news to hear. But I think if we want to get through this backlog, we need to be able to do that at least a couple more times. And maybe we're not just talking about a Saturday event, but maybe even just 1 hour of overtime every day. So after the regular tax office hours are done, maybe staff stays, 1 hour extra, but to get through, just to dedicate it to nothing but getting through the backlog. Because I think, to me, that seems like the emergency right now, is getting through the backlog. And we do have that overtime, that funding available for overtime. And it's staff that you've already trained. They already know what they're doing. So they can just get on it and start getting through that backlog. Have you considered that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, either on a Saturday or after an hour after work. Have you considered making that request for overtime?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner, we have. All the suggestions have been thought out, and we compare whether they're valid or not. Like in the case of overtime, I like the concept. However, I would like for managers, leads, supervisors to be paid the same way like the hourly employees, to be fair, because just having one person doing this, an extra hour or working on the weekends, I need to have somebody to give them, to be supervising them, to open up the building and things like that. So if they're paid equally, I'm all for that.
But Mr. Gonzalez, that's already the job of the supervisor. That's already included. That's why they are supervisors, and that's why they get those salaries. They're not hourly employees.
I understand that. But they're still spending time.
And for them, you
To
can
be there.
always compensate them with comp time for the supervisors if you'd like. I know that's what some of our other departments do. Because their pay schedule is going to be very different than just the hourly folks. But is that correct, Betsy? I think that
Yes, ma'am.
supervisors who can't be paid overtime like hourly folks are, they can be compensated with comp time.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay. Let me discuss it with my staff. We've experienced this before and it hasn't worked. There's a lot of employees that think they're being overworked and they have personal time that they want to spend time with their families. They call in sick and I can't do nothing about it when they call in sick and I can't question them. So those are issues that we've addressed, experienced before. That's why I hesitate. But I'll look into it just to see if there's a possible workaround or where we can meet our supervisors halfway so that we can get some production done and help the dealers.
Yeah, and I think it's important that staff understand this is an emergency that we're trying to get taken care of with the backlog of applications. It's not that they're going to be expected to work every Saturday, from here until they leave the county. This is just a very special time that we're in where we're trying to get through this backlog. So it's not going to be a permanent thing that they're being asked to work all these additional hours, but really just to get through the backlog.
But Commissioner Olina, I just want to make sure that you understand, this is going to be continuous. We not only have the work that we have to do for the dealer community, we also have a lot of mailing work. You wouldn't believe the drop-off work that we get. We also have work that cannot be done in wet dealer that the DMV is telling the dealers to walk it in. So we have those lines, those backlogs also of dealer work that we have to personally work ourselves and of course the regular mail-in work that comes in. So we're not talking about web dealer, we're talking about the other work that comes in that we have to address also, which I'm shorthanded to do that.
Yeah, and HR is going to continue working with you, Mr. Gonzalez. We know you have vacancies that need to be filled. Thank you for submitting the exemption request for the hiring waiting period. So we're going to continue working with you for the long-term solution. But right now, my suggestion or our suggestion for the use of overtime is specifically to try to get this backlog issue that we have right now that continues to grow every day under control. Thank you.
Yeah, and to kind of add on to that, I think there has been discussion in the past with HR or administration about either 3 or 4 of the vacancies that you have, instead of filling the vacancies, doing reclasses with them. Is that right?
They have reclassified 3 positions, but they now need to be filled.
But
Yes, sir.
they need to be filled. So those
Recruitments are underway.
do we have a status on the filling of those reclass vacancies?
Yes, sir. We're reviewing the applications, but we do need to fill those positions. That was my initiative when we had this problem. So that's why I volunteered to reclassify those positions to help us out on the motor vehicle side. It doesn't mean that those people that were reclassified, it doesn't mean that I don't need those positions. I do need them. But right now I did this for emergency purposes because of the backlog of work that is coming in as a solution for the dealers. And I need those bodies, but I also need to get them trained, and it takes time to train them. And I need a trainer to do that specifically, and it takes time. So that'll eventually evolve into a positive thing once I can get them trained adequately enough to be comfortable to work those transactions.
Yeah, so that's the kind of work that I think Commissioner Holguin was alluding to, kind of the more long-term fix, we're trying to put out a fire now and then just being able to keep it from catching fire again. And then Commissioner Holguin also mentioned the hiring freeze waiver. I know that you'd been advised in the past about being able to apply for that hiring freeze waiver, and from what I understand, those requests were put in today. And so, I appreciate them being put in today, but it could have been done sooner.
Okay. We just became aware not too long ago, Commissioner. That's why we've been holding up. We worked on them and we got them ready, and we submitted them as soon as we found out there was a green light.
Great, and I think
Previously,
that, sorry, go ahead.
Previously, it was just a conversation that we didn't have full word to go forward with it, okay?
Okay.
But we got it done.
I understand there's also additional vacancies. Is it 4 additional vacancies?
There's 3 or 4 additional vacancies in the department.
And that was what the hiring freeze waiver was for? Okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure, have we talked about the possibility of cross-training your employees? I'm not sure what the policy is in your office regarding cross-training for that. When there is that emergency need, you're able to move folks around. Can you tell us a little bit about what your policy is with that?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Arena, I want everybody to understand this office is always cross-training employees.
Great, wonderful.
Because the state is always changing the policies and adding new responsibilities to us. We are always in a state of training. It kind of comes across like we're not cross-training. We've been cross-training ever since I've been in office. It is a custom and standard that we do all the time. I bring in the state comptroller every year to help the dealers and help our offices and help our private offices. I bring the DMV, I brought them in already about 3 times, and they're gonna come in next month to train the dealers on web dealer. So I already have the attention of the DMV, and they are very cooperative in bringing their trainers to teach our folks what the needs are and for the dealer community. So cross-training is a constant in my office.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. Good.
So, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so for me, I just want to kind of, summarize here and just for the dealers and for the public to understand that it's not as black and white as just, approving more positions. There are a lot of other options that can be undertaken, other ways to take a bite out of this apple, right? And so we're really trying to work as hard as we can with you all, with the tax assessor to of course make these suggestions, offer these solutions to address the problem, right? I don't think the Commissioner's Court is at fault. I don't think that the dealers are at fault. I don't think that the tax assessor is at fault, right? It's something that the state has put upon us, and we probably could have been better prepared from the beginning, and we'll take that as a lesson learned. And I think we'll continue though to try to make these options available, to put out the fire, deal with the crisis, and then once that fire is taken care of, as we move forward, make sure that we don't get another flare-up.
And when we started this movement, everybody that joined in with me, we don't blame nobody. We actually thank you, commissioners, thank you, Judge, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for opening up. Like I said, we started with day one, we're asking for help. Like literally, we're here for help. We're not here to blame anybody. We do thank you, and we do know we're 100% all on the same page that this is a state fault. Like Mr. Gonzalez said, it's not only web dealer. The backlog in his office is that about 30% of the dealers here in town are out of inventory. Once we run out of inventory, we need to walk it in to Mr. Gonzalez's office. So not even the state, they don't even have the metal license plate. They don't have the supply. They don't actually have the physical plates. That's another concern that we have. We know that the state was not ready. And that's why we're trying to work little by little what we can. And we know about the vacancies, but I mean, we've done the math with Mr. Gonzalez. And even if we fill those out right now, once we go at full capacity, I mean, we're at the edge right now. I mean, like I said, I mean, we're hurting. We've already lost three dealers, 3 of our partners, and we don't want to be next. I mean, it's affecting us. And like I stated previously, I mean, when we open a credit line called a floor plan, in that big contract, we're literally putting our home address as a guarantee. If we borrow $500,000, they come, they foreclose on us, they take the inventory, they sell it at the auction. If we borrow $500,000 and they recover $300,000 in the inventory, we're still liable for $200,000. They put a lien on the house, and we are out of the house. They will take our home for the fact that we signed it as a guarantee. That is a major concern for the dealers. That's why most of them that run with credit lines, that's why they're concerned. I mean, their home where their families live is in jeopardy.
And sorry.
Go ahead.
I think all of us understand the urgency of the situation, and thank you all for being here and for your advocacy. It does make a big difference, and thank you for coming to my community meeting and informing us as we go through the process, so we understand exactly where some of those bottlenecks are and the things that we can do to help. I'm glad you connected with the chamber earlier today. I think that our business groups can do a lot to help advocate at the state level for you all, and as a group, and reach out to some of the other business associations at the state level to make sure, as much as possible, that this is being taken care of comprehensively. And so I do hope that you continue to engage with the chambers on that.
We have meetings already scheduled. Thank you for your help.
Because, I mean, that's part of why they exist. I also think that we have a really, really wonderful HR department, who I think is extremely capable of tracking the needs, the staffing needs for Mr. Gonzalez, and is doing that right now. So to your point about, looking at capacity and numbers, our HR department, I believe, is already doing all of those studies and can inform us, when that trigger has to be pulled, when all of the other options and resources are exhausted, to say this needs to happen now. And I have full confidence in our HR department to do that. And so I was going to ask you, Betsy, if it's possible to get updates from our HR department on this every week, moving forward.
Yes, ma'am. Would you all like those on the agenda every week? Yes,
I think so.
I just wanted to add one more thing, other than thanking you all again for your openness, for being open-minded to the dealers and to the tax assessor, to looking at some of these other solutions, and as we go forward, I think I'm going to take this back to the Texas Conference of Urban Counties. The next time I have a meeting with them, I'm on the board for the Texas Conference of Urban Counties, which is an organization that does advocacy at the state level on behalf of counties, the Texas Association of Counties, because I know that there are other counties that are dealing with some of these same issues, to get in the legislators' ears as well on your behalf, to let them know about these bottlenecks and these problems that we're having, and maybe we can force influence some change in the next legislative session.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Would the court also like to direct staff to prepare a statement for public release on your response to the situation?
Please.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
We'll get that drafted and prepared for release.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Would you like to go back to complete executive session?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Commissioners, court will now recess into executive session to discuss item 8D pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.087, Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action. It is 5:21 PM.
You know, it's good enjoyment, good relaxation, good therapy coming out here and coping with situations and relaxation. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's nice.
In the summertime, it's nice and cool down here. About 8 o'clock starts getting warm, but it's nice and cool. Come down here and relax for a couple of hours before you have to go out here and face the world.
The bait, it varies. You know, when I first started out here, they were hitting on chicken breast. They stopped hitting on chicken breast. What's very popular is weenie, hot dog, and then they stop hitting on the hot dog, and then all of a sudden they start hitting on the shrimp, and then it slows down on the shrimp. Now I'm using some stink bait, and it really stinks. So hopefully we can catch something with some stink bait.
But it's great. When the fish are biting, it's great. Yeah. The trout will put the hook in their mouth, and what you're supposed to do when they pull on it like they pulled before, then you yank on the line and get the hook set in their mouth. You gotta, trout is kind of hard fishing for trout. Like that. There he goes.
Well, the largest one I caught here was a 15-pounder. Yeah, you can eat them. I don't because I like to catch and release.
I would, if I was going to eat fish, I'd eat the fish. And I've been fishing here for 60 years. And you live to fight another day.
Quisimos iniciar con uno de los tesoros más grandes del Paso, y es que el Parque Azcárate muchas personas lo toman por sentado. Entre sus inmensas áreas verdes, decenas de actividades y rincones que no te acabas en un solo día, es la manera perfecta de arrancar esta aventura.
Más de 400 acres de pura diversión, el parque más grande del condado de El Paso, y lo mejor, en verano abre de 5:30 AM a 11 PM, sin pretextos.
Que empiece el verano.
Esta alberca olímpica de 50 metros tiene área de clavados, chapoteadero, toboganes y voleibol. Abre desde este 14 de junio, lunes a jueves de 2:30 a 4:30 PM y fines de semana de 12 a 5. También ofrecen clases de natación con horarios flexibles.
Para que no importa la edad que tengan, todos tengan oportunidad de aprender a nadar con compañeros pues de su nivel y de su edad.
Padres de familia, créanme cuando les digo que una clase de natación agotará la energía de sus peques.
Para que salgan muy cansados y ya no den lata, o que salgan y ya coman y se vayan a dormir.
El toque especial es llevarlos después por
pizza.
Y eso será suficiente. No obstante, el agua es para todos. La cantidad de beneficios, tanto físicos como mentales, es enorme.
El movimiento del agua, el sonido del agua es relajante para empezar. La transparencia, el color, la textura, bueno, el agua, ¿qué les puedo decir? Es nuestro ambiente.
Este verano puedes vivir la fantasía de Michael Phelps o bien de la Sirenita.
Y si después de nadar aún te quedan energías, ¿qué tal un paseo en bici? Trae la tuya o renta una híbrida por $6 al día. Va rápido y no juzgas si te cansas a la mitad.
Con estas bicis nunca se te va a escapar el carrito de las nieves.
No hay susto que una raspa no aliviane. Mickey's Ice Cream viene todas las tardes y encontrarlo es pan comido.
La gente escucha la música y nos busca.
Y bueno, al menos constatamos que los frenos sí funcionan.
Y si creías que ya lo habías visto todo, agárrate, porque en Azcárate también hay canchas para practicar cualquier deporte que se te ocurra.
Aquí el que no quiere hacer nada, simplemente no sale, pero aquí hay muchas partes donde divertirse.
¿Quieres sentirte como un magnate sin pagar un country club? El gran campo de golf de Azcárate es tu lugar. 27 hoyos y clases para todos los niveles. Si pensabas que en el lago de Azcárate había puro camarón de sopa instantánea, estás muy equivocado.
Puedes encontrar desde catfish, carpa, la bass, la lobina.
Consigue tu licencia y ven a probar tu suerte. Si lo tuyo es relajarte con una caña.
Para mí la joya de la corona del Parque Azcárate es este inmenso lago donde puedes pescar y por supuesto disfrutar de un amarillo y dorado atardecer.
Que quede claro, las mejores aventuras están más cerca de lo que pensamos. Nos vemos en la próxima parada. Yo soy Miguel Contreras de Noticias 26, el reportero favorito de tu reportero favorito.
We're on.
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. We have completed all the items on our agenda, Judge.
Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate that. Everybody, enjoy your week. Production, everybody, legal. Thank you. Roberto, see me.
This concludes today's meeting at 5:39 p.m.